Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The other guys, I think, are still joining in. Okay, sorry about that. I think someone is talking in the background. Guys, thank you so much for today. Yesterday, you had challenges, I think, with the IT from Regenesis, and I've seen a communique that was sent out. I hope you have seen it. That they were moving from Moodle that we were using, and to another type. I think they call it Regenis. So which meant that yesterday you had challenges, I think, with the portal. And I think I've seen an email from the administrator saying that he apologizes for the inconvenience, what happened yesterday. Remember, someone was complaining about not being able to download and to get through easily. So that was communicated to you yesterday. Have you seen the email?
Yes, I have seen it.
Yeah, the one that apologizes for the inconvenience for yesterday.
Yes.
I think they are shifting.
Yes, sir.
Because, sometimes this thing, people hack into our systems. Because remember, we are a private institution, and someone who resigns as head of IT, when he goes to another institution, he hacks. They're able, because they know our system, they can get in and get whatever material and all those other things, So normally when people shift, we have to also make some changes here and there so that we remain safe. Because these guys sometimes will go to an extent of writing an email or getting into the student portal and saying these things which are not from Regenesis, and you will not know because you are a customer, you are outside, Now being a client, you'll just trust everything that you get, only to find that someone just got into our portal. So it happened several times. Even last year, it happened that students were misled on issues concerning exams and things like that. So we constantly have to change. It's like, with the banks, once someone hacks into their system, they change. Sometimes they'll even ask you to add some other things in your PIN number for your card, or things like that. It happens. They say we have realized that this thing that's happening, and people are using our bank to say 1, 2, 3, and please know that it's not from our bank and what. We'll never ask you this and this and that. So that is the IT world, ne? It works like that. So guys, let us start. What we'll be doing is we will just refresh the things that we did yesterday, and we'll push so that by the end of this session, the first session, we have completed the slides, which are a very comprehensive, but a bit detailed, version of the study guide. And remember, our study guide, we take the pains of getting different sources for you, so that we don't give you, a list of books that you have to buy, and on page what of book what by so and so, and you have to buy a lot of books. Okay, so we summarize everything for you, and in the workbook we get material, and get the information, and look at what the Council for Higher Education is, the right they've given us. And when we talk about a certain module, what it should entail, what it should have. It should cover this and this and this and that. So we do that for our students. You will see that our workbook is concise. It's got almost everything. So for you, if you want, say, maybe to get into the books that we have used, you can look at the references at the end of our workbook. And then you can get those books from the library. You can use EPCO Host. I think you were inducted on how to use, all those agencies that we use, so that you get books free of charge and you are able to get further information. All right. But we have tried by all means to avoid, students, we went through all those when we were at varsities. I attended different varsities. I attended UNISA, I attended in Tekis, I've attended Potchefstroom University. So every time we had to buy books or we get to the library, sometimes those books, people have booked them out. You can't get it and you have to buy or, photocopy a certain chapter from somebody else. You know what we used to do as students. Ne? So, and remember, we were working, because most of our tertiary education was through correspondence. Our parents did not have that much money. So once you are working and you want to further your studies, you had to. And remember, as a teacher, because from nursing, after I became a teacher, from being a nurse, in teaching it is hectic. You have to upgrade, and keep abreast of what is happening. And when you get into management, then you do all those basic courses, PDM, CPM, and masters, and so all those courses you had to buy your own books or to get them from the library if they are available. Okay, so we are trying to circumvent that, because we know, you are working, you are responsible for so many things, you are busy, you don't even have time to go to Van Skyke or to go to Juta or to whatever to get these books, and you might not even have enough finance, and after you have used the book, next year or after 5 years there's another version, then you have to buy that other one. What's going to happen to the other one? You try to sell it, people say no, we want a newer version, and things like that. So to avoid all those things, we try to get as much information as possible, put it in one study guide, and then even summarize it further through slides so that it's easier for you. Okay, guys? I think you've seen it even with HR, né? And other modules. Are you still with me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm trying to mute Richard here because we get noise from his background. Okay, I've muted him. That girl is gone. Guys, let us look into today's work. Yesterday, we looked at day 1, public policy design perspective, public policy options and implementation. And we did a bit of public policy analysis, but we didn't really get to the gist of policy analysis and evaluation. We only talked about it peripherally, okay? And how they link, our policies link to programs and projects. So today we are going to look at that. But now let us just recap on what we talked about yesterday, as well as continue with some of the slides which are still in the background. Okay, we talked about the learning outcomes. Learning outcomes. Outcomes. Those the skills that we are expecting that you have achieved after you have gone through a module. All right. Now they call it notional time. Notional time is time allocated for studying a certain module or a task that is given to you. All right, in outcomes-based education. So we talk about outcomes. We no more talk about, well, it's results, but when you say outcomes, it's something else. It's actually how you are able to use what you have learned. Okay, so the outcomes are that by the end of this module, you must have an understanding of public policy agenda setting. Okay, the need for clear goals and objectives in policy analysis. Understand policy design, policy option generation, policy decision making, policy analysis, policies, programs, and projects. How they link. Okay. Now, it is in detail in the workbook. We talked about it yesterday. Now, we defined what policy is. Okay. All right. And we even said, from policies, people even come up with rules and regulations which are based on the policy, so that it makes it easier for you to be able to implement the policy directives. Okay. And we even talked about public policy. Okay. Where we said that those are laws as well as regulations and, all those guidelines that the government uses in order for them to be able to tackle certain needs of communities or to meet the needs of the communities, as well as, to have, governance, a proper way of governing the country. All right. So we even looked at the nature and role of public policy. Okay. We said a policy has got an environment. Okay. And this environment can be local, environment can be international. Okay. But also a policy can be as a result of economic, social, political, scenario that the government finds itself in, right? But also we've got ecological considerations where you find that in order to protect our planet, to protect, our land and the minerals and things like that, we were got certain policies to that effect. Okay, so that's why we say environmental source of input. Okay, all those things that you are going to look at that are necessary for you to come up with a policy, so that in the end you get output, you get the results of what you put in. When you talk about inputs, it's like when you bake a cake, we say you need flour, you need all those other things. Okay, you need margarine or butter, you need baking powder if you're not using self-rising, you need all those things. All right, but also you need resources. You need an oven. You need electricity to heat up the oven. But all those things cannot just turn into output on their own. Okay, so you've got process in between. How you process those so that you can get what you wanted to have. All right. So how you are going to use the flour, how you are going to mix the flour, how you are going, the things that you are going to put, the measurements and all those other things. That is when we talk about process. Okay. At the end, you get outputs. That is, you get a product or a service. All right. And then at the end, then you have an outcome. An outcome is how it benefits the end user. Okay. So it's the end user, okay, the end user will have the output influence whether he works, what he does, and all those other things. Okay, or from the farms to the marketplace. That road is an output. Okay, after the input, money, what, all those things, engineering, what, and then the process was, the construction, the what, and how the street was paved, how they mixed the tar and all those other things. But the final product is a road. Okay. Now, to them, it's a product, but to us, it's a service. Okay, it's infrastructure. So what happens is an outcome will be how we are affected by that road. Okay, we are the end users. So an outcome is on the end user, how the outputs are beneficial to the end user. We say that is an outcome. So it will be easy access to markets by the farmers. Okay, less accidents less car breakages on the street, on the road, because now it is tarred. You see, so it is the benefit that we get, how we utilize and how we benefit, or how we are affected by that output. We say that is an outcome. Okay, that's why we say, even if we facilitate, we give you material and all those other things, it is input as well as the process, because processing is how I interpret that that manual, these slides and things like that. Okay, now obviously the output is the product. Okay, it is the knowledge that you have gained, right? But now at the end, the outcome is how you are going to benefit from it, how you are going to use it. That's why we say ability to do 1, 2, 3 is an outcome. Easy access, less what, frequent, all right, less diseases and what. Healthy communities, because they are getting, that service from the health department, you see. So that is an outcome, right? So I was just explaining these inputs and outputs there. I know some might know that, but other people find that it's the first time they see these things in perspective. They normally talk about that, but they've never got deep into understanding actually, how these outcomes-based education is used. Policy demands, decision statements, and results. Okay, we say obviously people have got demands. Okay, and those demands, you come up with policies so that you can meet meet their expectations there, because they've chosen you in government. But also policy decisions, the decision that you make after looking into how the policy is going to affect the lives of people out there, all right? And in the future, what you can do on that policy, either improve it, increase it, or, just reduce some of the things, or amend it, or, but also, so you have to make decisions. We say those are policy decisions there. Statements, of course, sometimes you find that there's a statement, and that statement is not yet, what we can say is a law, but it gives us an idea of where politicians want to take us. Okay, that's why then they do it through green papers, white papers, until they become bills and things like that. Okay, so we say those are policy statements. I give an example about the Minister of Finance, Mr. Godongwana, there when he makes his financial statements. Okay, we can see what his thinking is, and then you are able to engage as the public, as parliamentarians. Like in parliament, parliamentarians, they look at it because they represent the people, and they will be saying no, but this and that and that. So when it's a green paper, they look at what it's all about, and then later it becomes a white paper, and then a bill. It passes all through all those stages so that it can be scrutinized. Then policy results, of course, what the effect will be to it's like outcomes. We look at how the policies affect the lives of people, all right, or communities, right? But now we talked about characteristics of public policies there. Okay, now already we have explained that policies are there because of economic, political, cultural, and demographic situations. That's why there's a need to come up with a policy that will deal with even some of the issues in the rural areas, in some of the poorer schools, and things like that. So you need policies so that you don't just act out of nothing. You must have something that you agreed upon with everyone so that you can have that backup, you can have that support. Okay? So, and these, of course, in order to implement them, those policies, then they will lead to programs, so that those programs are there in order to bring that service delivery there. Okay, that's why we say policy, program, and then project. Of course, we'll strategize policy, then strategic planning for the programs, and the programs are bigger, and then you subdivide them into projects. Okay, but also some policies are political. Okay, it's just political policies. Others are government policies. Others executive policies, like for example, where a DG can see that some things are not going right, then can say from now on, educators, this is what we are going to look at. We are going to expect them to do 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it is an executive policy. All right. Characteristic public policy. We said policies can either be made, authoritatively. Okay, but even if the authorities come up with those policies, they must be enforceable, but also they must be flexible. They must be able to adapt to certain situations. When situations arise where policies are mum on that, it's either we are going to amend the policy or we are going to extend the power of the policy and things like that, so that it adapts to the situation at hand. Okay, and feasibility also, we say that the policy must be realistic. You can't come up with a policy that deals with what can I say, that people are not allowed to do 1, 2, 3 in an area where you see that this is the livelihood of those people. All right. So you must do your feasibility study first. Look at the feasibility of the policy, how that policy will work. Okay, that's why we even talked about enforceability. All right. But also clarity and comprehensibility, that we said a policy should not have jargon. A policy should not be having words which are very difficult, for people to understand. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for officials to, implement, as well as the implementers, who are the ordinary people within an organization, or the law, enforcing officers. All right. Because you find that they interpret it differently. That's why you find people taking a government, when they've acted on certain policies, to the Constitutional Court to say, no, it is unconstitutional because it deals with this instead of that. And when it says this, it makes it difficult. It's unfair to certain group of people. All right. But also, you must be able to make that policy public. You must be able to communicate it to the people or to the stakeholders, to everyone who's going to be directly or indirectly involved or affected by that policy. So if you don't do that, people might not know that there's a policy dealing with 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's why sometimes people are saying it's unfair when you say ignorance of the law, because some people are not necessarily ignoring that. You see, if it's in a township and you've got science, you've got everything, all right, then you can blame a person to say, no, that's ignorance, because it was explained, it was publicized, it was what we even had road shows and things like that. It's like AIDS awareness campaign. You see, it was nationally publicized almost everywhere. Even people in deep rural areas, they know about the campaigns that of condomizing, of either having one partner or trying to abstain, or they know about those things, even because it was even in schools. All right, and we didn't say campaign will only be in schools in certain areas. It was almost everywhere around the country. So even children knew about that at certain stages there of their learning. All right. So because if you even had should be publicized. All right. Now, the need for public policy. Okay, it can be maybe because of the government's intention to bring about something, to bring about change, to bring about certain deliverables to people who need that. Okay, but also the types of policies there, depending on the importance, of course, it's different level. You can have policies in national government, provincial, local, of course. All right, you're going to have all those policies. So policies can be strategic, but can also be tactical. But also, you've got policies which are functional policies or operational policies, like maybe in your department where you can have a policy on gossip. You see, on gossip, we know it is based on Matopele principles, that people, we should redress and all those other things and whatever, what. But also on, the fairness, as well as, what is that other one that talks about the protection of people's personal information. They call it the Poppy Act. All right. So if you gossip about a person, maybe you are telling people about something that person is personal to that person, and that person didn't want it to be publicized, you see. So as a result, in your institution or in your department or in your section, okay, you can come up with a policy that deals with gossip. You see, people cannot say, no, but it's not from government, because it is based on an act of parliament, right? So that's why we say you have human resource policies, financial policies, procurement policies, all right, which are for operational purposes, so that it can be easy for you to operate the organization or a department, all right? So we say a policy, obviously, with a policy, you need people who will participate in there, okay? Some people participate directly, some indirectly. We gave examples about NGOs, we gave an example about academics, we gave an example about, because they give their views, okay? Public officials, political office bearers, ministers, right, MECs, councillors, the list goes on and on, all right? But even business, right? So, but communities, because they're the ones who bear the brunt, they're the ones whom the policies will apply on. As a result, they are also involved there, right? Right. Interest groups are those ones that I'm talking about. Like, to give example here, civil organization, pressure groups, but also NGOs, NPOs, and all those guys there, religious formations, and yeah. Okay. So we say stakeholders must be involved. All right. That's why we talk about consultation. That you need to consult. All right. Otherwise, then you'll have a policy, and people will be saying, "But we are not consulted about that. These are the flaws. These are the flaws." So we trust that, because in government, in national government, we trust in parliament that people will come up with policies that will benefit us, or that will not infringe on our rights, because they are debated upon. We've got people we have sent there, okay? We've got parliamentarians who are, as a result of the people who voted for them into parliament from the different parties. And when those guys are in there, we have entrusted, that thing on them, to say they will be able to, to take our interests through and forward, right? So partners and stakeholders, their local government, of course, will have a plan, implementation, integration, coordinating, monitoring at local government, provincial government, oversight, of course, of local government, the national on provincial, state-owned enterprises, of course, national government, resource support, private sector, resource support, because private sector can say, okay, fine, we'll help with 1, 2, 3, okay? So we need them. I mean, it's like when you do stakeholder management, remember we said to list the name of the stakeholders, and then you can prioritize them, it's okay. But also, importantly, you look at their needs, okay, and interests, all right? And then you come up with how you are going to utilize them. Why do you need them? Why do you invite them to negotiations or to, a consultation where you want to come with certain policies? What do you think will be their input? If it's business, of course, that's why they've got bodies also, okay? They've got business forums, which will say, but our people, our members, as we represent them as a forum, will feel aggrieved by 1, 2, 3, because it will mean they're going to lose more money. But we can't come up with such a policy, all right? So it is important that we have all those different stakeholders there, okay? But you also have political champions, those guys who ensure that policies are implemented to the core. Who can shout corruption when they see it? Who can say, but no, this was not done according to this policy, all right? So they play an oversight role, all right? But sometimes they even give political support, all right? And communities, of course, communities need services. They need, to see that the government or the representatives care about them, all right? their priorities, their needs, their interests are met, right? Hence, that's why they must see these policies, they must own these policies because they are there to help them, all right? Application of public policy, that's why we say, do you remember when it was still Tokyo Sokwale, when you used to say Operation Pimpa, that today when you see people doing wrong, you report, you report. You don't keep quiet and say, it doesn't concern me. Because that boy who is stealing from the neighbor and you are not saying anything, tomorrow the boy will come to you, because he realized that, here, I can do as I please. Because no one reports that boy, right? Or when you see, some boys, trying to molest girls in the streets. And if you raise a voice, it's something, You give the girl a chance maybe to run away, or you even get a chance to call the cops and things like that. But you disturb them in what they were trying to do. Mugging her, taking a cell phone and things like that. You even look at what they are wearing, where they are running to, and, when the police comes, they go into that other house, or they were driving such a car. Here's the registration number. You have helped, you see, in one way or the other. Because sometimes this escalates. It escalates. When a person does wrong and nothing happens to that person, either to be caught or to serve a sentence or whatever, that person thinks he has won. He thinks he has won. He talks to his friends, get out, I was able to lie. I don't worry. With me, they won't catch me. I told them this and that and what. He boasts about it. And what about the people that are this action? So you nip it in the bud. So as communities, we say policies, they need to own these policies. They must know that, but this is wrong. My boy, are you aware that we're doing wrong? You see, but if we don't know those policies, we'll just think, okay. So we also say policies are used either for general purpose, specific purpose, formula authorization there, okay? Policy as a statement, sometimes by office bearers, policy as a process, sometimes programs or operations because they come from policies, you see. So policy can be used in many different ways, okay? Now, we say the most easy way of coming up with a public policy, okay? They look at what the problem is, they set an agenda, and they analyze and formulate that policy. Then they look at the budget, whether they cost the policy, implementation, communication, and all those things, all right? And then it's adopted and implemented, all right? And then after, when it is implemented, already you monitor and then you even evaluate that policy to see as to whether it's doing the job that it was supposed to, right? Now, we also looked at the history and development of policy studies, and we say, people have ways of coming up with policies, okay? So we say we want the best method of coming up with a policy, a method that will help us. Say that's why we say it's policy studies and policy analysis, all right? If you see that this method, if I do it that way, I haven't consulted, it might be problematic to implement. If I do it this way, what? So you are analyzing, you are looking at the different methods and ways in which you can come up with a policy, and you are looking at the feasibility of that policy being enforceable, implemented, okay, and acceptable, right? And whether it will be flexible and acclimatized to certain circumstances, all right? The best method of coming up with a policy, type of policy that will, all right? And if not, alternatively, which one can I come up with, okay, to address certain problems there? So we look at policy making. We say we can use a scientific approach. We can use a rational and approach. We can use, okay, there are different methods that we can use, okay? We can use theories. We can use models, okay? So when we come up with policy, the policy makers must have reliable information. Otherwise, they'll come up with a policy that does not serve the purpose. All right. Hence, we say they must go and look into the feasibility of that policy. Okay. Role players in a policy study and analysis there. Okay. Policy analysis, analyze and investigate the causes, consequence, performance. It's repeating what we're talking about to say we are looking at, why is it necessary to come up with that policy? Okay, what might be the consequence of coming up with such a policy? Okay, how will it perform? All right. But also, guys who are analyzing these policies to say, no, you can't come with such a policy, you can't do this, rather do it this way and what. They are concerned with problems, relationship between the problems and the public policy and its content, because we can say policies on this, but when you look at the content, you find that it's something else. That's why sometimes some policies we say, no, it lacks this and that. It only deals about this. It does not resolve the issue. Okay. All right. So when we have people talking like that, what happens? I disable their mic. They often monitor what the decision makers and policy makers do and fail to do. Okay, these guys who are policy analysts. Okay, the good and the bad of the policy, what we fail to do or what we fail to include in the policy, what is lacking or what we can add and things like that. And so we talk about analyzing policies there. Assessment of policy analysis. Okay, we in policy making there, we involve and analyze and evaluate the effect of that policy. Okay, we say the policy must be efficient, effective, fair, and appropriate. Okay, so once a policy is inefficient, it lacks something. If it's not effective, it means it was not meant for that. They did something else that's got nothing to do with what they were trying to resolve. All right. If it's not fair, then it means it's only looking at certain categories of people. It is sidelining others, which is not fair. Okay. And if it's not appropriate, then it was not yet time for coming up with such a policy. All right. So, obviously, what we are doing there, we are looking at that through measuring the progress. Okay. If then the policy is meeting the objectives that we have set, okay, and the lessons that we've learned from that policy, and then we can test the viability of an assumption. Because remember, when you come up with a policy, we assume, we take that it will resolve any issue. Okay, so we test the viability of that assumption, whether it did or it does what it was expected of it. Okay, we look at the principle that was used in coming up with the model, the theory, or the strategies that were used in order to come up with that policy. Sometimes people are coerced. If we are a majority in parliament and we want a certain policy that can give us leeway to do things which are, not good, we can use our majority and we get that policy passed, and then we say, but based on that policy, we've got the right to do 1, 2, 3. You see, so we constantly need people who will be there to analyze and to look at the viability, to look at whether we are really having that policy. Is it really fair to everyone? Okay, but also for accountability's sake. Okay, we must have a policy so that we can account. Now you can see even with the financial policies, the Municipal Finance Management Act or the Public Financial Management Act, okay, PFMA. All right, it's there to ensure that people follow certain rules and regulations or stipulations of the policy, so that things can be fair on everyone. Otherwise, then people will be using finances without any recourse. No one will be saying, but why did you? Because there's no policy to that effect. Okay, you'll find that even with their financial statement, there are some other pieces which are missing there, and it's unfair. But also defend and advance a particular matter of viewpoint. Sometimes come up with a policy so that you can defend the poor, so that you can defend the vulnerable, so that you can defend you know, maybe those people who are being abused, all right, or offense, for example. But also to enhance the public image of functionary or institution, we are saying this is show through this policy that as a government we have got power, we have got a clear mandate to can come up with a good management style, right? That's why you have got we talk about governance, all right? Now agenda setting. Now you have seen when we're looking at that part where we talked about the easy way of coming up with a policy. We have seen the problem. Now you set an agenda. Now we are looking at what we mean by that agenda setting there. Okay, agenda setting relates to the phase of policy making that ensure the policy maker knows attention to the problem or situation that deserves attention. All right. They sit down. They devote their attention on what? On what the real problem is. Remember, we said identify the problem. Then agenda setting, they say, but what is the actual problem? Who's going to be involved and what? They look at all the nitty-gritties, the feasibility of that. Okay, so it's a term that we can apply to the issues that have been identified, placed in an order of priority. Okay. Agenda setting according to this kingdom, agenda setting is the first stage in the policy process because we've just seen the problem. Now, agenda setting, we sit down, look at the feasibility. It's like when we talk about feasibility study in a project. What are the expected end results? What are the outcomes? What are the envisaged outcomes? What are the expected impact on communities and things like that? You sit down and look at all the nitty-gritties before you start, coming up with what you can have. Okay. Now, according to this Harvard Family Research Project there, they talk about successful agenda setting as it requires that at least two elements come together at a critical time. That is when a policy window opens. We talked about that yesterday to say, you don't just come up with a policy nilly-willy. There's time when you get all those, submissions, and that's when you can sit down and get, they just say two people, not necessarily two people per se, but it can't be just one person who comes up with a policy. There must be others who will be part of that. Okay, and you look at the demands there. Is there a demand actually? We will see there's a problem, but don't we have a policy that can deal with that? Do we really need a policy to resolve this? Okay, what is the demand? Okay, the needs, the values, aspirations of the community. Okay, bring us something that will say we need a policy because of this and this and this and this and that. You have researched, you have looked into the real need. Okay, because this is happening. Without you convincing us that there's no need for a policy that can resolve itself, or we can have people go and we can use the police, or we can use a certain policy to address that. Do we really need a new policy? Someone needs to identify an issue as being important enough to demand the creation of a new policy. Okay, so we call that agenda setting. There are two kinds of agenda setting: the popular agenda, institutional agenda. Okay, now general public can complain about something, and then you take it over and you look at it. You see, it is popular agenda. People are always talking about yes, how whatever and how. Like for example, the death penalty. People are complaining about crime, but is there a need to come up with a policy on death penalty? You see, government is between a rock and a hard place because they are looking at the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? Will it be constitutional? It means to be depriving people of life, even though others are depriving others of life. But does the Constitution then give you the right to take life from other people? Okay, so either you go back to the Constitution and then you review the Constitution and then you look at those clauses and things like that. Either you add something. Okay, everyone has got the right to life, but you see, or in circumstance, you see, make some exceptions and all those other things. Okay, because if the popular agenda is pressing that you do something about crime, either you come with this, maybe you can do this and what. So you go and sit down and look at. So you see, it's agenda setting. What will the agenda be? Right? Is it on what is it based? All right. But institutional agenda. I mean, when a government wants to eradicate something that they realize that it's hindering progress of government economically, socially, or politically, they can come up with policy. It is their institutional agenda. Okay. Taxes and things like, we give example there about taxes, that if then we see that our taxes are too high for business, that's why they are walking out of South Africa, disinvesting, or they don't extend their businesses, maybe because of the high taxes that they pay in South Africa. So we look at that. You see, it's institutional, that one. It's got nothing to do with the communities per se, even though it's going to affect them later because they will be unemployed. You see, but government takes it over. It doesn't wait for people because it looks at its own, policies and says, are they working or not? Do we need a policy on this to try and alleviate this? Okay. Now, also it talks about problems, proposals, politics. Okay. Now, in agenda setting, obviously, there must be a problem. Okay. Makers need to be persuaded that one problem is more important than another. Because sometimes people say policy for this. This is not, that problem is not, countrywide. It's not that important. It's only in that section you can deal with it, what. You understand? So it is because of those problems that we come up with this agenda setting. We say, but in the agenda, this is what we should look into so that we can come with a policy. But also proposal. Proposal, of course, a party or interested group can come up with a proposal to say, but guys, we feel if we need to resolve whatever, this is how we can do that. And then they need to look into it and whether they can come with a policy because of that proposal, via that proposal, what it entails, how it's going to help government. You see, like academics, like, researchers and things like that, Dr. Panil Khotla and all those other guys who say, no, we need to be, astute when it comes to 1, 2, 3. So we need a policy that can help government do 1, 2, 3. Those guys have researched. They've looked into the issue. They've looked at international practice, and they say, but in South Africa, why can't we do 1, 2, 3? It worked in such a country and all those things. So those are proposals. Politics, okay? Politics. I mean, sometimes people want a policy because of their political, agenda. They want, to show their muscle as a party. And you find that it doesn't really, have anything to do actually with helping people. You see, they'll say, no, it will help. People will be what and what, but you can see that it's a political ploy. All right? Okay, but we have seen that now, that, coming up with an agenda, there must be a problem, okay, or a proposal, but sometimes because of politics, that you come up with an agenda, set an agenda on coming up with a policy. Okay. Now, I won't repeat those ones: problem, proposal, politics. Okay, the Duns model is just an example that shows how easy it might be, even though in agenda setting you'll have so many things, in policy formulation you have so many things, but at least if you group them to say, in coming up with a policy Dun, this guy says that it's easier that you have agenda and then you formulate, you adopt, and you monitor, you recommend, you monitor, and then you evaluate. Okay. So he says agenda setting, policy formulation, policy adoption, implementation, assessment. So according to him, okay, when you set an agenda, obviously it's because you have looked at what the problem is. Okay. You have seen what the problem is. Okay. And then you set an agenda based on that. Okay. You forecast. You are saying, this is what is going to resolve that policy. That's forecasting. So it is in policy formulation. All right. When you adopt it, you are recommending that this is how it's going to work. This is how it's going to function. This, okay. So you adopt that policy based on what you recommend about the policy, on how it is going to be implemented, how it's going to work. Okay. So When you implement, already start with monitoring. That is, you say you put matters, or you put systems in place that will see as to whether the policy is being implemented the way you have planned it to be implemented. Because sometimes you have policies, but the way they're implemented, it leaves much to be desired. All right. People don't implement them to the T, or they don't implement, they just bend them a bit to suit their own needs. Okay. Like taking Chocho and all those other things on the street. You see, so policies are not really implemented. Or a person say, okay, give me so much. Instead of me arresting you because you have passed a robot, you know, it's 1,000 rand. Okay, I'll just only say 250 rand. You give me 200 rand. You see, you have saved 550 rand. You see? And then you say, hey, I know it's fine. Yeah, you know, you give a person 250, you give you a ticket for 250. So you have saved 500 rand. All right? You see, they're bending that. It's normal implementation of the police. So there must be monitoring in place. That's why there was this thing that always on the traffic, the cars, there must be video cameras and blah, 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 blah. And always when they ride, they must bring you to there. And, you know, and they must be able, the CCTV camera or the what that is mounted on their vehicle should see certain, you know, meters. Because they know sometimes he can talk to you there and then he'll come back, you see. So they can see his movements. If he went into the woods or into the grass, it means then you were doing something illegal. You see, always they must be on the road, and they can say on the right side or on the left hand side and whatever. So those cameras can see what is happening always when they stop you and they talk to you as a driver. Even if you stop far, let them go a certain distance, wait for you, you come to them, or you reverse, and then they can talk to you so that they can see everything. But sometimes, you know, yeah, we can have unions that say, no, it's unfair, it's what, it is what, it's going to intimidate them and what. Okay, fine. But I'm talking about some of the things that people are saying, this can alleviate this thing of children. And then policies can be implemented as purported. Policy assessment, then you need to evaluate. You need to look as to whether the policy has met the expected or anticipated goal. You see. And then you can go back and say whether it is working or not, and then what have you learned from it? All right. What else can you do now? Right. Now, that is what Don is saying there. All right. Policy options there. Now we say there, policy options are the different ways in which the identified problem can be addressed. Remember, we said it is problem identification, it is agenda setting, and then it is policy options. Options is you look at, because when you are setting the agenda, you were saying this might work, this might not work, this what. So you come up with the best option that will best resolve the problem at hand. All right. You can have options like, for example, if your policy is to foster small business development, or foster innovation in small business development, or stimulate research and development in small business technology, stimulate employment growth in the small business sector. Now, you see, if you look at these options, they all deal with small business and trying to give people, empower people on economically, but also maybe trying to create employment. All right. So, which one, which one might be best, because it will take most of the problem away. All right. If this to foster small business development, only fostering small business development, what will it entail? But if you say foster innovation in small business development, it's innovation. People should sit down and think of what they can do and what. But does it resolve anything? Stimulate research and development in small business technologies. That is research. Does it mean it removes, it allows people to be economically viable and to start selling, to do what, and to get finance and, to hire people and all those things? But if you say to stimulate employment growth in the small business sector, you see, this one takes a lot of things. It reduces unemployment, but it also gives people, economic empowerment, okay, so that they're able to start their own small businesses and then, to create employment, but also economically, they can even improve the economic situation in a township or in an area. All right. Now, do you see, you had a policy on small business development, but the options, should the policy only deal with that or that or that? Or when you talk about stimulate employment growth in the small business sector, you are going to include a lot of these things. Okay? It will be fostering of small business development. It will be fostering innovation, but also it will be stimulating research and development in technologies, because you will be looking at also technologies that are going to stimulate employment and growth in those small business sector. All right. So that's why we say you look at the choices, you look at the options, and then you say which option can best resolve the issue that you are having at hand. Okay. Now, the next step is implementation. Implementation actions are the ways in which the chosen option can be carried out. Okay. Now, when you implement also, it's not easy to say implement. Do you have the resources to implement? Do you have the, who's going to implement? And all those things. For each policy option identified above, there could be several alternative approaches to implement the policy. Okay. Look at what can be the alternatives there. Providing a loan program for new small businesses. You can just give them loans. Okay. But are you saying when you give them loans, they are going to use them according to what they've sent as a proposal, or they'll buy a new car? Provide loan guarantees for new small business. Okay, fine. You can do 1, 2, 3, but we guarantee that will help you financially. But this is just a guarantee, provided you do 1, 2, 3. Providing seed money for feasibility studies and business plan, that might not work. But also funding retraining for persons interested in working in certain small business sector. Okay. After you have retrained them, and then you can, okay. So those are some of the actions that you can take. You can retrain them and then promise them loans, provided they do 1, 2, 3, and then have that seed money for feasibility study. Whilst that is being happening there, these guys come up with business plans, and then it's then that you can give them loans. All right. Now, public participation. Remember, we talked about public participation. That is very important that we have, those people who are affected by that policy. Okay. Now, we need citizen participation in order to ensure that their participation, so that when we have the policy, we know that they even own it. It's not our policy, but it's not their policy, but it's our policy, all of us, government and citizens. Policy implementation implies changes in patterns of behavior and implies a process of negotiation there. Okay. Okay. Look at the variables. Now, we say when you look at a policy, think about problem-solving cycle. Problem-solving cycle, ne? Understand the problem, analyze it, generate solutions, and select one option or one solution, and then plan on how to implement that solution, then implement it, then monitor all the steps, and then evaluate. That is the problem-solving cycle. So in most policies, when you look at the models, you can see they don't differ much from problem-solving cycle. They can add whatever there, but you can see that importantly, they've added identification of a problem, a need for a policy. They can put it in another way, but it is trying to understand what the problem is. Okay. In setting an agenda, we talked about analysis, analyzing the problem. Is it really necessary that we want to, and how is it going to affect, And from there, we talked about solutions. You've got 2, 3, 4, 5 solutions. You choose one, select, and then you can't just implement. You must plan on how you're going to implement. It's like in project, to remember project management, where you talk about you know, the Gantt chart, okay, when you talk about operational plan, all right, who's going to do what, when, how much is that person going to need, all right? What might be circumstances that might hinder, you know, his the implementation of that, and you even budget for that, all right, before you implement, all right? Then when you implement, of course, you give people directive, you what, you know, give them time, give them resources and whatever, and they start working there, and then already start monitoring, because already you came up with a monitoring plan to say, this is how we are going to see whether this thing is working or not. All right. And we know monitoring is continuous and evaluation is periodic. Okay. So we say the problem-solving cycle can help you when you look at the policy development cycle. Whether it's generic is what, but you'll see that here they were looking at the problem. Here they were looking at, they were analyzing those problems. Here they were looking at options. Here they were choosing at, you know, here they were adopting. Here they were implementing, but they were planning how to implement. And here they were implementing. Then, whilst implementing, they started monitoring. Or here, even when they were planning, they even talked about monitoring. And when they plan, obviously, look at the finance, they look at the resources at hand, they look at the material, they look at, you know, if it's transport-wise, what the transport and, you know, how much and what type of transport and all those other things. So that is planning on implementation. Okay. So that is what I explained about the problem-solving cycle there. Okay. Now, policy development and management cycle there, you see, according to Dunn, okay, policy development is a combination of the classical management cycle of planning, implementing, monitoring, evaluation. You see, that's why I'm saying policy planning formulation there. What is the purpose? What is the vision? What is the mission? What are the values that the policy is, which are embedded in the policy there? Policy goals. What's that you want to achieve after a certain period? What are the objectives? What are the short-term deliverables that you want to see being achieved there? Strategy and tactics, how is it going to pan out? All right? And all those things. And then implementation. Plan and what, and then implement. Okay? Then whilst implementing, also plan on how you're going to monitor, then monitor and then evaluate. So it's concise. It's just that we elongate it because we add a lot of things in between. You'll see when you come to the generic, when you talk about the green paper, the what problem, green paper, what, and all those things, right up to when it becomes an act signed by Parliament. That bill that has been passed. Okay? We'll see that. You'll see that this falls within planning and formulation. This falls within implementation. This falls within monitoring. All right? More especially these two parts, planning, formulation, and implementation. Policy-related variables there. Formulation, development of clear acceptable methods of action. Okay, start with objectives and look at the need. All right, and the preamble, of course, it must have a preamble. It must show the purpose, the vision, and mission. Okay, and what's going to address. All right, now I'll give you an example of the structure of a policy document. You see, executive summary, background of the problem, scope and severity of the problem statement, policy alternatives, policy recommendations. Okay, and you are saying there that this document will deal with 1, 2, 3. So when you look at a policy, okay, it will have something like this. Okay, others might have something extra and whatever, but the main things, you know, executive summary of the policy. You give reasons why it was necessary, or actually, you know, this policy deals with what based on the what and what. Okay, and then description of the problem situation. South Africa has been experiencing what and what. Okay, outcomes of prior efforts to solve the problem. You see, so as a result, we hope that this policy will deal with this and that will resolve it by what. Okay, and prior policies were assessed and they could not do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the problem at hand just escalated. Okay, so it was analyzed, the need was analyzed, and then it was found out that this can happen. Okay, then you get deeper now. Problem statement, you go to the definition of the problem, what the major problem is, who are the stakeholders, what are the goals and objectives. Okay, how are you going to measure the effectiveness of that policy? Okay, and what solutions are envisaged there? Okay, and then alternatives, description of alternatives, comparison of future consequences, spillovers and externalities, and all those things. Then policy recommendation, criteria for recommending alternatives, description of preferred alternatives, outline of implementation, provisions for monitoring and evaluation. So all those things are embedded or they're included there in the policy document. All right. Now, of course, this is just the main frame. Other people in their policies, they'll also include this, they'll have some attachments, they'll have what they will show, all right? But these are the main things that we normally see when you talk about policies, okay? What other variables are there? Requirements for successful implementation, okay? If you want it to be implemented successfully, we should have a clearly formulated objective, adequate theory on policy implementation. Okay, how best can that be implemented? Legitimate structure for policy implementation. Who's going to implement it, when and how? Okay, dedicated and knowledgeable implementers. Changes in socioeconomic conditions. Okay, where you find that if then this happens, then this should be done. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions here, guys? Any questions? This is a summary of the parts that we talked about and some of the things that we were supposed to have completed yesterday concerning the workbook or the study guide. I've just summarized it nicely. But when you go to the study guide, obviously it tells you when you come to this section, it says, please answer activity number 7. Please answer activity number 6. Please answer, okay? So when we go to the POE, we will see. We'll go to the workbook, remind ourselves about that and say, okay, fine, let us look at the questions. And these questions are based on this one. You remember we talked about 1, 2, 3. So answer that one, all right? And then we can help each other as teams or as groups, all right? Anything that you would like us to look at? Okay, let us look at the last ones. Let me just upload that. The last ones, where are they? No, that is my inbox. No, I don't want that. Okay, we had, where's that other one? I want this one. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at, yeah. I'm just looking at this one. Let me just do away with this one. Because we have another one here. Okay, so I'm just trying to reduce a lot of things which I have here on my all right. So, and then from there we'll after we are through with this other one, then we'll go to oh, I don't want this one. I have a lot of this current. I have a lot of this I have a lot of these things. That's why I'm trying to. Okay, to upload. Guys, anything whilst I'm getting my slides in order. Who's this here? Good morning. Saying good morning, colleagues. Oya More. Apologies, I'm late. Accepted. Thank you for that. Okay, my God. Keep on getting wrong slides. All right, but all in all, guys, what we are going to do is we are going to look at the other slides, the second ones, which deal with 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where are the other guys? Damisen here. Where is the animals? Hmm? Who is Sonto? Sonto Metula, do we have you?
Yes, I logged in as Nomasonto Mabuya.
Okay, so have you got your, because you said you wanted to be part of the group.
Yes, Vutali sent me the link.
Okay, so you are sorted now.
Yes, I'm sorted. Thank you.
Okay, because guys, it's very important that you are part of the group. Sometimes when we give you some tips, we do that, and if you are not part of that, you might not get. You might not get the information. All right. You might not get the information, and that's not what we want. Okay, then in the meantime, can we go to your POE, guys? In the meantime, while I sort this out, go to your POE. Can you see the POE on your screen? I've shared the POE. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let us look at what you've been doing. But I think I've seen some mistakes when I mark your work. And I felt when I'm with you, I need to rectify a lot of issues that I think are the ones that are causing that people should have to resubmit. I don't want anyone to resubmit. Okay. you must pass the first time. This thing of resubmitting, you forgot what we're talking about. You get the response after 4 months. You forgot you are busy with other modules, and you are told you must resubmit module 3, and you did it in January. Okay. Candidate's name. Okay. Today you are having you are having your notebooks, ne? Remember, I asked you to come with a notebook.
Yes, we do have.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Candidate's name, you write your name nicely there, name and surname, ID number, telephone number, email address. Now, sometimes people change. Sometimes people change their email address, and you find that when you change your email address, it becomes problematic because we are unable to locate you. Inform us that I've changed my address. Is number 123 this. Okay. This is for office use only, guys. This, please avoid that, right? And this, you leave it as is. Okay. Now let us go to page, this one. Please write your name here and surname. Sometimes if you don't write it here and your ID, I must start looking at your CV and what to get your ID and what. It's really taking me back. Ne? Please write your name, write your ID. Okay? Number. And you don't know who's going to assess you. That's why we say it is for office use only. You don't know who's going to assess you. Please don't write Donald Block because they might give your POE to somebody else. Okay? So just leave all these details for Regenesis. Leave all these details for the person who will be moderating. I might assess, I might moderate. Okay. Now, you need to submit your original portfolio of evidence to Regen on the due date. Okay, fine. Please ensure that you save your own copy. Why do we say save your own copy? Sometimes it happens that if you don't hand deliver it, it might happen that you have got challenges with the portal and all those other things. And then we will ask you to resubmit. You'll say, but no, sir, you say I've submitted what? At least you have got something. Okay. I'll give you an example. I was hijacked in 2011. Ne? And I had POEs that I was supposed to market home. I had them in my boot, in the boot of my car. Okay. So from Sandton, I was hijacked there next to Oliver Notes Bosch. Because I was using that Kyalami Road so that, or Woodmead Drive, so that I can join N14 this side, because N1 was so packed. It was a Friday. So I felt, let me use this one as a shortcut. It's a bit. Then you can imagine, when my car was found, those guys have ransacked and they've thrown away the POEs. And those POEs were for the members of Defense Force, Tabatwan. Those generals and lieutenant generals and what. Now, those guys, when I facilitated to them, because I was there physically, I was with them, I think, for 2 weeks. Okay, at Tabatwan. Now, they tell me they're busy, what, the other one is going to the border, the other one, what, no, we don't have those things, we gave them to you. I said, but guys, I even explained that, guys, just photocopy what you have. It would be easy now because you just photocopy or just phone someone to photo, or your wife or whoever to photocopy for you, and then just send it to, we'll send someone to come and collect that from Genesis, to come and collect that. So some were saying, no, get next, you know, it was difficult. So you see, some could not get assessed, and yeah, so they dropped out, some of them, because it's a lot of work, guys, at POE. Started from the beginning. Sometimes you don't remember how you answered it on certain what, because we were helping each other in class. Remember, I was there. I was helping them compile these POEs. Okay? So it's not my fault I was hijacked. I was coming home so that the following week, Monday to Friday, I'll be assessing them. On my way home, then I was hijacked, you see. And we don't know where they threw them away, because the car was found somewhere after Tembisa, that other side, before, you know, Badfontein Road. So you see, they could have thrown them away anyway and took 2 laptops and what, and all those things that they took from me, my own laptop and laptop from the Genesis and what. So guys, it will help you if then you have your POE duplicated. Have your copy. When we say you didn't want what, you say, no, but I have my copy here. No. This is how I did it. You see? Okay. Late submission carries a what. Your portfolio of evidence must be submitted via the what. Okay, fine. Once there's a moderation, guys, after we've moderated, then we'll call the sitter. The sitter will come and, okay, we'll assess and moderate, and then the sitter will come to verify or to, okay. Rules and regulations of POE there. The aim is to demonstrate your applied understanding of public policy management. Okay, plagiarism is a serious offense. Guys, what do you mean by that? Look, you are helping each other. It's fine. You are in teams. We appreciate that, and we want that, and we are encouraging that. Help each other with the formative assessment. Help each other. Say, no, man, here I think I wrote this and that, what. No, how do you think we should answer this? But it can't be word for word. I don't know if you understand what I mean. We are helping each other, we give each other answers, but put it in your own way. Okay? And with summative, it's worse. Because summative is like your exam, open book exam. All right? If you are from the same department, same section, and we say attach a policy of what, no problem, the policy will be the same because you are in the same section. You'll attach the same policy. But the way you are going to analyze it is going to differ from the other person. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about here. Okay? But also, please answer all the questions for each of the following sections there. Formative assessments or candidate workbook. Knowledge questions, CCFO assessment, practical or workplace assessment. Okay? The assessment requirements for this program comprises all activities included in the POE template. This means that you must submit response for all. Other people answer formative assessment tasks. If there are 33, a person will answer about 12, jumping others. You can't be competent, okay? Hence they say for all activities included in this POE. Some of the formative assessment activities will be completed in class, okay? We will try to complete all, but it says here some of the formative assessment activity will be completed in class. The answers to this activity must be submitted as they were formulated during the contact time with the facilitator and other candidates. Even if most class work activities take place in a group format, you are not, you see in a capital what in bold. You are not allowed to submit answers that are identical to those of your classmates. Doing this will be seen as copying, and your assignment will not be assessed. Okay, help each other, but when you write, just tweak the words. Any formative assessment activities not completed in class must be completed in your own time. Your answers don't tell me, oh, we didn't answer this one in class. Okay? We answered them in class, but if you are not through, it doesn't mean then it's amen. You have to complete them in class because we did the whole workbook together. Your answers for all your formative assessment activities must be numbered in exactly the same order as the questions are listed. You can't say activity 1 and answer activity 3. I'll mark you wrong because you said activity 1. Should you need more space or have additional evidence that you would like to submit for the space assessment activity, please submit all the evidence directly after the original assessment activity. Guys, if activity 3 is too long and you find that when you type on the space provided, you don't have enough space, type on a paper, okay? On top right, activity 1, formative assessment activity 1. We know it's activity 1. It's activity 13, it's activity 13. And attach it immediately after that page of activity 13. Don't put it somewhere at the back there, because after I've marked that you did not submit activity 13, when I'm through with summative, at the end, I find a lot of papers, activity 12, activity 11. I've already assessed you that you did not submit that side. So guys, please, after every, and it makes that your POE should look nice, should look, professional. Okay? Bind it nicely. After you attach, then bind it. Dang. Okay? With those spines there, and then put that in, and then it's nice. Don't change the pages. The pages must be as they are in your POE. Okay? You only add additional work that needed enough space. After, if it's 13, after 13, when you have got a space shortage, answer on a paper and attach immediately after this. And you can write the activity 13 continued. I can see still activity 13. Okay. All summative assessment activity must be completed, submitted for assessment and moderation purposes. Please attach additional workplace evidence for all summative assessment directly after the relevant assessment activity, in order to ensure that the assessor and moderator assess all evidence submitted. And to say directly after the relevant assessment activity. On completion of your POE, please submit and number all pages and then place all evidence in a file. Now, in some instances, you find that you have extra pages. Okay. If the attachments are at the back, it's okay. It's an example of whatever. Okay, you can see, please see attachment. Like, for example, if it's a police, example of a police. You don't want it to make your POE so bad. You say, please see attachment or see attachment 1, for example. And at the back of the POE, you have all your attachments, because those are attachments of the things that were needed, that are needed as evidence. Okay? But if you're answering question 13, you can't take that page that we're finishing it and put it with some of the attachment policies and what, and the workplace, what. I might not even see. On completion of your POE, please number all pages, blah, 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 blah. Please submit the original copy of your portfolio of evidence and ensure that you keep a copy for yourself. Okay, that's what I was explaining. Before you submit, ensure that you have completed all the required documents and have initialed each page of your POE or portfolio. Guys, please initial each and On the POE down there, it shows the initial, each page. Initial. DM or whatever your initials, how you can put them. Okay? Candidates' rights and responsibilities. You have the right to a fair, open, practical assessment. If you should be assessed as not yet complete, you have the right to be reassessed according to the company's assessment policy. We give you a second chance. If you are to be reassessed, you will be responsible for arranging a new assessment plan with the assessor, blah, blah, blah. But we know with us, you just answer the things that we said they are not enough. You can't start your POE from scratch. Ne? We'll tell you which things are a shortage in your POE. If you exceed the number of assessments allowed by the policy, your assessor reserves the right to remove you from the program. Okay, if you give you 3 chances and you still fail, okay, it's amen. You have the right to appeal against any judgment given as a result of any assessment. You must have valid reasons for doing this. If you feel I was unfair against you because whilst we were in class, you answered like this, and I was angry because it's as if you are taking me. What you mention it, you say, no, you know, Brady or Don Block failed me because in class, you know, I said this and that, and he was angry. I could see on his face, but also with his words, you know, my classmates can attest to that and what. They'll go to the recording and listen to our conversation. All right. You have the right to appeal against any judgment given as an assessment. You must have valid reasons for that. If you still do not agree with the result of the assessment, you can ask that the accreditation body to perform an external verification of the assessment. If any verifier confirms the original assessment outcomes, you, the candidate, will have to pay for the cost of the verification. Okay, that means you can report us to CETA. CETA will come and look at that, and but you'll have to pay for all the costs. You have the right to an interpreter if you need someone to perform this role. However, if one of the learning assumptions for the standards is that you are competent within the language of assessment, you may not have an interpreter. Like now, no one said I need an interpreter. I take it that you can hear, all of you, you can see me and read my lips. You can ask that an impartial witness attend any assessment. This witness may not take any part in the assessment. That is, if then you feel you want to do it in front of someone and all those things. You have a right to have your assessment moderated internally. Your responsibilities, however, are you must prepare yourself thoroughly. You must arrange to be available for the assessment, the date and time if you come to Regenesis. If you are unable to attend the agreed assessment date, it's your responsibility to inform both your immediate line manager and the assessor. You are responsible for picking your evidence as set out in the POE guide. Confidentiality assessment of this outcome results and reviews will be treated with confidentiality. I will not tell the whole class how you fared. Okay, it's your confidentiality. The information may not be given to other people except the recording, assessment, and moderation purposes. Okay. Candidate signature, you sign there, put the date. I will sign when I assess, or the assessor will be assessing you. Will sign and attach the date. Okay, the guidelines. Okay. This module is accredited to the following unit standards there: 242920 and 242907. The first one, apply critical systems thinking and practice to public sector policy issues. Level 7, because you are at level 7. Credit 8, and this other one 20. So total credit 28. All right. The unit standard, national diploma, public administration. That's a SACWA qualification specifics. All right. Now, when you look at the unit standard, okay, it's got the unit standard ID, ne? Originator, it falls under public administration management, ne? Field there, business, commerce, and management studies, but subfield is public administration because we're dealing with public administration, okay? ABET band undefined because you are not part of ABET. Unit Standard Type Regular, okay, it's a level 7. NQF level, pre-2009 was level 7. Credits were 8. Registration status, it is registered, okay, from 2015, okay, to 2018, okay, but you're still busy with it, and the enrollment is 2019 to 2022. So Genesis is allowed to continue until you complete. Okay. So there's the purpose of the unit standard there. Okay. It's intended for elected political leaders and public sector officials involved in the service delivery activities at the top strategic level. This unit standard will enable the learner to apply innovative systematic approaches to thinking and practice that will enable him or her to become better policy makers and managers in a complex and changing environment. Okay, so you'll be able to demonstrate critical and analytical skills in conceptualizing participatory policy, okay, and all this. Learning assumed to be in place and recognition of prior learning. We take it that all learners assessing this unit standard must be in possession of level 6. So which means we take it you have got a diploma or a degree or an equivalent, okay, thereof. I got it when Genesis registered you gave them your certificate and everything before they allowed you to register. Okay, so we take it that you have got one of these. Specific outcome number 1, demonstrate criteria and analysis skills in conceptual. Now, you have got specific outcome. It is that outcome that specifically you must be able to demonstrate this. Okay? You show analytical skills, you can conceptualize participatory policy, you know how people can participate in policy making and things like that. Okay. All right. Assessment criteria, that is the criteria we're going to use to assess you. Okay. We'll see as to whether we can identify, okay, your skill here, analytical skill, and with examples. All right. And all those other criteria that you're going to use there, I can't take them one by one. So specific outcomes here are, there are 4, I think. Yeah, 4 specific outcomes. Okay, this one, develop and apply particular approaches to problem solving with stakeholders. All right. So guys, embedded knowledge is the knowledge that we think you have. You know the Public Service Act, you know the Municipal Systems Act, you know the Promotion and Transition Justice Act, you know Patopele principles, you know this. We take it that. If not, you can go and search for them and you get them. Okay? Because you're in the public sector. So we think, okay, this is embedded in you. We take it that this is your prior knowledge. All right? And the CCFOs, critical cross-field outcomes, what does it mean? It means when you have learned something in this module, you can apply it in other circumstances in your workplace, okay, or as an advisor, okay, or as a director, or as one of the people who's involved in there. You can still use the knowledge you gained here. It doesn't end in class. The field responsibility. You can train and say, in critical defining, and try to solve them what. In my workplace, okay? I'm able to work with others, and I'm a member of my policy implementation, for example. Right? Just like that, I'm able to communicate. All right? Now, when you look at the primary delegated qualification authority, it is the PSETA, Public Services Sector Education and Training Authority. Okay. If you were in a municipality, it will be the LGCTA, Local Government Sector Education Training Authority. All right. Now, ID is 57827. And under this ID, you've got these titles, you've got all those sub Okay, that I was talking about. All right. The ones that I was talking about earlier. These two titles. Okay. Now these SAQA IDs, they fall under this 578227. All right. Okay. So now let us see. When we assess you, okay, we'll say whether you are competent or not yet competent. This is our assessment plan. Okay. Embedded knowledge, CCFO report, and the unit standards. Formative are all the assessment activities, knowledge questions, simulated assessment. Summative, you'll see it's part 2, where you are going to collect evidence. Okay. And we'll moderate 25% of all files that you'll see. Name and surname, please write your name and surname. That's why we say, please complete. Leave the assessor details. You complete here your ID number. Okay, we know you are not registered, but write in the date that you were compiling this POE. Okay, or the date you are going to submit. All right, and then I will fill in this part for office use only. And I will say whether you're competent or not yet competent. You see, you have got a second chance, and then you've got a third chance. You can see there. You've got a third chance. So you've got 3 chances to go. I'll make an overall comment here after I've assessed. And then, if then I say you are not yet competent, why? I must write the things that you are going to correct. Please submit what. Please sign what. Please submit information on this sender. Please complete your CCFOs. Please complete your self-assessment. Because those things, guys, I mean, just complete them. People just via and they leave them. Why? Okay, please. Because I will say you are not yet competent, and then I'll say, please submit 1, 2, 3. And those things are there in the QE. Because people simply just leave them out, and it's unfair that we bring back this thing just for you to fill in those things. It's a waste of time, of your time. And then please attach your signature, and then I will attach mine there in the date. But remember, you initial each and every page. Actually, when you start your POE, page by page, initial, all pages before you start answering, so that you don't forget. Okay? And you can even page through and look at where you have to sign. All those templates, sign. So when you answer, you forget to sign some of these things to even attach the date and whatever. But you know that you have done that already. Detailed assessment report. I will be writing correct. Then after this, because this is for the facilitator, the assessor, okay. Then we have assessor assessment review. Okay? Please don't worry about this, because I must say as to whether I am satisfied with the POE, with the structure, with the way we are assessing and everything. So it's for me. Okay, you leave 3.6, leave it out. Okay, moderation 4.1, leave it out. Okay, the moderator will be moderating, who's filling that in. Right. 5, please fill in. We know you've spent your what, but fill it in. Remember the sitter, when they come, they might choose your POE, okay, for external verification. We don't know. So if they find that you don't have this, they don't have time to go and look at where you have attached your ID, that, oh, the ID is this one, oh, no, the CV says this. They don't have that time, guys. They want you to fill this thing as it is. This is not from Regenesis, remember. This POE. It is how the sitter wants it. We just initial there and write this Regenesis what, because this is from, it is handed out by Regenesis. But when you go to whatever service provider, others, they'll have their names and whatever here, like we did here with Regenesis School of Public Management on each page. But some will not have initial. We did it so that it's easier for you to remember. But they will have this. They will have biographical information. They will have all these things that I've shown you, because it is the requirement of the sitter. It's not us. So don't say, these guys, no, it's not us, okay? We want you to pass firsthand. They mustn't bring them back from the seat and say, tell your students to fill in what. You know, it's embarrassing. Eh? It's as if we didn't tell you. Learner surname, please write your surname as it appears in your book. Remember, these guys are going to give you an accredited certificate, which has got credits. So if they misspell your ID or your name, or the names that they appear in the ID, it's so cumbersome to go back to them to say, this student, you have spelled their name wrongly, what, you understand? So please print it nicely so that they can see your surname and your full names as they appear. Okay, and your Mr. or Mrs. or Professor, ID number, okay, date of birth, male or female, equity, black or colored or white or whatever. We don't like doing this, but this is from Italy, because to us they should just say African. I mean, why should we continue doing black African, black Indian, black colored, white or other? Or for what purpose does that solve? They say, hey, it's for stats. What stats of what? Why do you want to say so many blacks enrolled for such a course, so many whites? Why do you still use color? Okay, but that's how they want it, guys. Socioeconomic status, here they want to know whether you're employed or unemployed. Disability status, geographic area, physical address. Please fill them in, all those things. Now, if you don't know the codes, here are the codes. You see, here are the codes. Gender is M for male, F for female. Okay. BA for Black African. Here the equity code. Alternative are what codes. Okay. Socioeconomic status there. If you're employed, it's 01. If you are unemployed, 02. Okay. If you are a pensioner, 07. If you are disabled, 08, just like that. Disability status, none is N. Okay, 1 is side. Myself, I'm wearing glasses. Okay. I'll write 01 because I use glasses. Province code, these are the codes there. Home language code, these are the codes. Okay. Because those are the things you are going to fill in your that thing in your profile here. Biographical information. All right. And then you have your copy of your ID. Don't say, musingibhalile ngale ID number. Please attach your copy of your ID and a comprehensive CV. Okay? Comprehensive CV. So and so I'm married and what, and address, my address, my email address, and okay? I'm presently employed, what. Okay, maybe previous employer, what, and now I'm working at such a place. So they can see what you do. So that if you say you are not at community, say, no, because this person works at this, that's why it was difficult for this person to understand that. Okay? Should be that's smaller CV. All right. Copy of qualifications, guys. Sometimes you put your matric and then you put your highest. Why do you have to put your baptismal, your marriage? Those are not qualifications. Okay. So avoid all those marriage certificates, baptismal, confirmation, and they are not necessary, guys. Okay. Just your grade 12 and maybe your highest. Okay. If you don't mind, you can put them all, no problem. But they don't serve any purpose. We know you can't have a master's if you don't have a. So why put all Molanyana ones, all of them, 200, even the ones for computer, what, for, you know? Please attach a copy of your quality and certificates here. So if you put that one of attended what, 3-day course, 3-day what on what, you see those, hey, yo, but certificate, yo, a lot. I mean, we're interested in whether you are qualified to be in this program. Okay. Candidate formative assessment, right. Then when we come back, I would have found those slides, I'll just summarize them, and then we go to answering these activities. Okay? These activities. Okay, some we'll do together, some I'll divide you into classes and you'll look into them. If it doesn't work, we'll come back and talk about them because it's faster when we are all together. Because sometimes I give people classes and in class they run away. I find it's only 2 people left in a class. When I visit them, it's only 2 people. They say, oh, guys, but who's with us? And here I've allocated them to class 2 or 3, room 3 or 4. And find that it's only 1 person in there. They run away. Or they just put on as if they're in class, but they don't attend. Okay? And it's a waste of time. Ne? If we are together, we can do justice and people who are knowledgeable can. Because sometimes I'll put 3 people in a group, and amongst the 3, no one understands policy. You know? So no one can help. You find that they are all lost. Okay. But we'll see how far we can deal with that. And yeah. Okay. Anything, guys? Anything? We'll still go to the workbook for some of the things and come back and answer and discuss a bit. Go to the book, look at the activity, okay? So you can just say activity 3 is from page 7 to page 9. Activity, whatever is, because they have written in the workbook there, please answer activity 4. Please answer activity 6. So you tell us it is between this and that. It's easy in that fashion. It's too much. Yeah, guys.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
Yes.
yeah, I've put the slide I was looking for there. What we are going to do, I'll summarize this because some of the things we dealt with, but I want us to look at the following approaches to public analysis. Now, people will ask, but what actually are you looking at when you analyze the policy? We touched a bit yesterday in the workbook that you must identify the values and aspirations, but also the problem means context, alternatives and the dimensions, and what you think the outcome will be and the course of action that you can take. All right. But now, what are the steps? Okay. You identify and gather data. You will get these slides there. You identify and gather data, and you make research. Okay. Look at the methods you can use in order to research about the problem. Interview for policy data, basic data analysis, analyze, then communicate the analysis to say, guys, this is what I found. Okay. And in verifying and defining, dealing with the problem, back of the envelope calculations, where you are looking at so many people complain about this in such an area, blah, 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 and all those things. And then analyze that and say, okay, because so many people what it means, it's affecting maybe a whole province or, maybe the country, or maybe all people who are disabled. And then you creation of valid operational definitions, okay? If you come with a policy, how are you going to operationalize it, okay? And politically, you analyze. I mean, most of our things here in South Africa they are linked to politics, okay? And we say things should be written down, all right? But also, how are you going to evaluate the criteria you're going to use, okay, to see as to whether that policy is doing the job, all right? Technical feasibility, do you have the resources? Do you have the technical know-how? Will you be able to calculate, the reduction in the number of people having that problem or things like that? Economic and financial possibility, will it need a lot of money to implement the policy and all those other things? Political viability, if it's an area maybe full of people who are, maybe they belong to a certain party and they're against that and things like that. How are you going to evaluate that? Okay. But administratively, how are you going to operationalize that? And also, what alternatives do you have? Okay. What alternatives do you have? Now you have a lot of alternatives there. Okay. No action, quick service, literature review, comparison of real world experiences, passive collection, classification, development of typologies, analogy, metaphor, syntax, brainstorming, all those things that you can use in order to see as to whether that policy will be suitable there or not. Okay, was it implemented in another country, and how did it fare? And did people benefit from that or not? Okay, and how are you going to evaluate that? All right. Also, you look at the alternatives that can be there. All right, but also you choose the one that you think this will work properly. The methods that you can use in implementing the policy. Okay, there are many methods that you can use there. But how are you going to monitor? How are you going to ensure that the policy is being implemented as per? You can have like experimental models. You can say, okay, let us start on a small scale. It can be implemented maybe in Gauteng, then later in other provinces. Okay, things like that. Now, you have got methods that you use normally in looking at, okay, classical theory. We talked about it yesterday. Liberal democratic theory, allied theory, systems theory. Okay, we said in coming up with policies, you have to look at the stages through which it's going to pass, and as to whether that policy will be acceptable. All right. You can use the liberal democratic method theory. You can use the allied theory where we say it's only a group of people who can do that, or you can use the systems theory. Okay. Now, models. There are models for analyzing the content, what to do. You can use a model for who can be involved, why, when, and how. Okay, that policy can be implemented and analyzed. Policy change model. Okay, if there's a need for change, which model are you going to use in changing the policy, or continuing with the policy? Yesterday we looked at that to say, can improve the policy by adding, or you can change the policy altogether. Okay, or you can use the existing policy, but just add some few things on that policy, or withdraw and reduce some of the elements in the policy. If you feel maybe this part of the policy, this wording here, might mean this and that, you can remove it. Okay. Okay. The steps that you are going to take also in realizing that. And we looked at, when you analyze the contents of the options of the policy. Okay. Rational comprehensive model, incremental model. Remember, we said rational comprehensive model, you want to achieve maximum social gain. Okay. It's comprehensive, it's got almost everything. And you have looked at the different areas of the policy that can be acceptable and those that cannot be acceptable. But also sometimes the policy you can increase. You can continue with the existing policy, okay? But if maybe it's on a small scale, you can use only a part of the policy, or you can increase that policy. Mixed scanning model, remember we said to take different characteristics of the rational and the incremental model. Okay, instinctive, we say, it's when you look at a policy and say, okay, fine, or at the problem and you say, I think I can come with this. You just decide instinctively. Okay, after you have decided. Like for example, if a president feels that Noma kanjani, this policy, we must have a policy on this. Okay, because he thinks that somewhere we might have a problem with 1, 2, 3. So you can come up with a policy before that happens. You don't wait for a problem to occur. But the garbage can is that one. Remember, we say that sometimes you wait for things to happen, and then you try to respond by coming up with measures to deal with that. Tomorrow you change the measures, you come up with this measure. Tomorrow is this, tomorrow is that. Is the garbage can model. You delay, you look at the problem, you wait for it to escalate. And you say, okay, fine, let's only deal with this part. Tomorrow you say, it's now escalated again. This happens, that part worked, but not completely. You come up with something else, just like that. We call it the garbage can model. It means you are not decisive. You don't come with a policy that can, eliminate the whole challenge that is there, or meet the need of everyone in the country or in an area. All right. In analyzing it, remember we said the allied mass model sometimes can be used. Okay, where you say a group of people can be assigned to go and look at a policy that they can come up with for resolving of certain issues. Okay, because you feel not everyone can be involved, and sometimes it creates problems. This one, because you are going to leave out some of the stakeholders, and there will be a lot of questions once that policy is passed. Okay. Group model, of course, is that one where we say policy will be a system of force and pressures acting. That's, you remember we said it depends on the group that is stronger, who's applying more pressure. Okay, like for example, if the EFF talks about land redistribution, they put so much pressure and they had support of most of the people. As a result, government had to take note and go back and look into, coming up with a land, that thing without compensation. Remember that one? It was because of, it's a group model, okay, because those ones had more pressure on government. So this is what we looked at yesterday, where we say, in the generic institutional model, okay, this is what happens there. The problem is identified, it is analyzed, synthesized, and then it becomes a green paper. And then there are debates and consultations about it by the different portfolios. And then from there, it's called a white paper now. And then once it is passed, once they feel that, yeah, no, it's okay, it's now called a draft bill. It's still a draft, okay? It needs to be looked by the legal experts who are going to look as to whether is it contravening some of the stipulations of the Constitution or not, okay? People might not, blame the government and take the government to court over that law, all right? Then once they are satisfied with it, it's called a bill. It's no more a draft, now it's a bill. Then the standing committee on that issue are going to look at it. If it's health, if it's what, we've got standing committees on those. They're going to look at that. And then once they're satisfied with it, then they take it to the whole parliament now, sitting parliament, where it will be debated and they'll be answering questions. And no, yeah, because going to deal with it, because they've looked into that earlier. So when it goes to parliament, you try to close all the loopholes. And then once it is passed by vote, and then the president will sign it, that bill, and then it becomes an act. Okay? Now, from there, then you look at how you are going to communicate it to the public, all right? Use the government gazette to gazette it, and then, you start, you can even come with a concise piece, which will be easier for people to understand, and then, use the media and all different publications there so that people should know about it. If they need to be educated about it, you can do that. And then it is implemented. Then already you start monitoring whether it is working or not. Then you can evaluate it to see as to whether you need to go back to the drawing board. Okay. Now, models for analyzing policy there. You remember we also said social interaction model. Policy making process is a sub-process within the wider policy process. I mean, this it is involving people, business, whatever. Okay, so you can interact with them, talk with them, and sit down and look as to whether the policy will work or not. Now, in short, this is the inclusion of a wider public. Okay, the systems model there is just negotiation between networks of policy stakeholders in different policy communities. Okay, so it's classical, this one, because we keep on looking at it through the network with stakeholders. Okay, and chaos and quantum and whatever is when we just assume that people don't know much. So when we come with a policy, we assume that in real life, normally there will be some people who will not like it. There will be some people who will be discriminated, but fairly. You remember you used to talk about fair discrimination. It's like triple BEE. It's fair discrimination. Okay, it is discriminatory, but the government was arguing to say it is fair discrimination because it is complex. Okay, and then it's a bit of chaos because sometimes people can use other people of color, and those people get tenders, but the main person who's benefiting is someone who would normally not, be allocated or awarded the tender. All right. So it is chaos and it is complex. Okay. So sometimes this is what happens there. Okay. Now, in policies changing, you can have either a policy being maintained, all right? Because when you say policy change model, we are not saying really you are changing the policy, okay? But we are saying there are other things that you can look at in order to either make the policy stronger or to remove the policy or to succeed with what we're doing and wait for challenges and then try to resolve them within the policy itself. Okay, you can maintain that maintenance, you can innovate, you can say, but let us come up with other issues that can be part of the policy, okay? Or you can terminate the policy if it's not working properly, okay? But sometimes we have succession where you've had a new person coming into power and that person continuing with what the other president was doing, continuing, okay? And in succession, you can see the purposeful replacement of existing policy with another policy in the same sphere, where the person, you can see that the policy, even if it can come with another policy, but the gists are the same. So actually, it's not changing anything, right? It's like what people are saying about a rotational system that our government is having with ministers. If he fails in a certain department, you change him the next moment, he's in another department. And he's the same minister. He's the same minister. From there, he's taken to water and forestry and what. From there, he's taken to, if you remember, even with our minister of police, there, was a minister. Then the next moment, he was shifted to, after he was blamed for some buildings or for subs and things like that, what. Then he was shifted to agriculture and what. And then later, then with the new president, took him back. You see, that's succession to police. You see, so actually, there's no change here. Right? Models for functional policy stages there. You can use the Dunn's model. It is that one. Remember Dunn's model that nearly looks like a problem-solving cycle. You see, the Dunn's model. Generic process model is that one by the Konings. This one of the one that we normally use in our government there. Okay. You see, it's like that one that we normally use. Initiation, the mandate and legitimate consultation with key players, blah, blah, blah. Then policy progress, design, agreement on process objectives and setting. That's when it's a green paper, né? Policy analysis and all those other things. And then from there, policy formulation, and it becomes a bill. And then from there, there's dialogue by the different committees there, or that committee who deals with it. And from there, it is then a bill, and it is then signed as an act. You see, so generic process model normally is the one that is used by a lot of countries, democratic countries. They use this. All right. Now, in monitoring, obviously, you are because we say monitoring is ongoing, it's never ending. On that oversight to ensure that things are going according to plan, and it's not once off. You see, monitoring. All right. Now, obviously, why are you monitoring? Okay. Achievement of policy goals and objectives, measurement of fiscal and financial resources, time management, information management, quality control. Those are the reasons why we monitor. All right. And monitoring serves compliance, auditing, accountability, explanation. Indicators, you look at the input and look at how the processes were followed, and then what the final output was and how it affects the end user, the people who it is meant for. All right. Now, evaluation, obviously, with evaluating, you are measuring progress towards attainment of those objectives there. Okay, that's why with evaluations we've got recommendations. And you learn something from implementation, and whether you need to redesign it or not, you will recommend, because evaluation is the last part of the implementation, where you are going to say, did we do things correctly? What went wrong where? What else can we do? Next time, what do we learn from it? All right. And then it helps also with accountability. Well, it can be political, it can be financial. Okay. And we can see whether we need better support, for the implementation of the policy. Okay. But also, it's for the public to can see that we are aware of the challenges in that policy. So it's like accountability, it's transparency. All right. That's why we evaluate. Okay. The evaluation policy must be carried out at both pre-implementation and post-implementation. Now, we are saying when you implement a policy, you monitor, evaluate, monitor, then evaluate. Finally, after evaluation and coming with recommendations and everything, the policy continues, all right, if there's nothing wrong. But post that, you can still come and evaluate, what happened. Because sometimes you can terminate a policy because when you evaluate, you see things are not going right. But you can have post-evaluation where you are saying post-evaluation of post-implementation. After you've implemented, remember when you're evaluating, you are evaluating, and then you are implementing, monitoring, then you are evaluating. And then you continue implement, then monitoring, then evaluating. Okay, so hence we say evaluation is not ongoing like monitoring. Evaluation is periodic. It's like your child in school. Okay, they monitor his progress through homeworks and assignments and whatever. But at the end of a quarter, there is that evaluation. They monitor the child. They monitor the child's progress. They give him homeworks and everything. They are monitoring, okay, performance of the child. And they continue. They can see where they went wrong. They teach him this. It does corrections and things like that. But when they are going to write an exam, okay, quarterly exam, it is evaluation. And then we can recommend maybe a new method. And then you continue now with the syllabus. And then you monitor through homeworks and what, and look at if the child is improving or not. And then evaluate in June, okay, where you can see whether, no, things are going wrong here, all right? Then from there, come up with another method of, trying to let the child be able to understand the challenges in that grade. And then you monitor and monitor. At the end, then you can see as to whether the child is going to the next class, okay, or is not promoted to the next class, he is retained in the same standard. Okay, so, and then you can make an evaluation to look at all the subjects and say, that is post-evaluation, as post-implementation evaluation, where you are saying, but what went wrong? Why did this child fail? Because all along we have been monitoring the progress. And when we evaluated, we gave these recommendations. You see now, post-implementation evaluation will tell us as to whether we need to do away with that policy altogether or not. Okay? So we are looking there at representativeness, equity, efficiency, effectiveness, responsibility, adequacy, responsiveness. Because sometimes the police does not bring any response that is positive, in the public. So you say, let us just do away with it. Okay? Maybe it was not even appropriate. You can see appropriateness. Maybe it was not even appropriate for this this era or this area or this province. It's like, for example, the toll gate, what do you call it? E-tolling in Johannesburg, you see, or in Gauteng, where finally they realized that so they did what? The post-implementation evaluation. Okay, was it representative? Okay, what about equity? Okay, now this time not only with gender, but equity. I mean, was it fair? Other people are not necessarily residing in the Gauteng. Efficiency, okay, was it efficient? Was it effective? Okay, and was it adequate? Did it respond to what we are trying to do? Okay, and was it appropriate? All right. So another variable there, the criteria that we use to evaluate policy. In most instances, when you talk about evaluation, you're looking at what? Efficiency, effectiveness, adequacy, equity, responsiveness, and appropriateness. Okay, those are normally the criteria that we use when we evaluate. We are looking at those 6 issues there. All right. Okay, guys. Now, how they are related, the 3 P's, policy, program, and project. Okay. Policy, broad guideline, program, structured process on how to implement that, and project is specifically the action that we are going to take in order to realize the goals of the program, and finally, the goals and vision of the policy, right? So we say policy it's guidelines, and for you to implement that program, say for example, it's a policy on reduction of poverty. So you must have different programs that deals with poverty or unemployment, okay? And those programs, because they are bigger, say for example, building of RDP houses. So you'll have several projects there, okay? Several projects there, landscaping, what. All those are projects that fall within the whole program of reconstruction and development. Hence we say it's a program, reconstruction development program, RDP program, okay? Or RD program, okay? Reconstruction and development program, all right? But it's based on the policy of, dealing with housing, okay? Or, lack of housing by several sections of community, of the community or the public, all right? So when you look at a policy and how it relates to programs, remember we say a policy comes as a result of economic, political, and demographic perspectives, all right? So we showed this, I think, yesterday. Economic, political, cultural, it leads to you coming up with a goal of trying to deal with this. See, based on the national goals and strategies, you express that through national policies, okay? But implementation of those policies, you need some instruments. So you use programs, all right? And those programs are subdivided into projects. And remember yesterday I said the eating of an elephant is cutting it into smaller pieces, all right? And then obviously that's going to have an effect on society, all right? Those programs and projects. So you see, then the policy is then shown here. After those programs and policy, it's because of that policy. Because you don't take any step if there's no policy that is guaranteeing you or that is giving you the latitude to do that. Okay? But sometimes there are some paradigm shifts in policy development, management, and the implementation. Change of leadership and strategic direction. If you have a new president, for example, he can have a different strategy altogether. Like, for example, if you can have a president who's from another party in South Africa, you can imagine how many things are going to change, how many policies are going to be scrapped, how many policies are going to evolve, because they are having other minds rather than the ANC. Okay, that's an example there. If there's a change of leadership, there will be a change in strategic direction. The DA might come and say, no, we don't need this, we don't need that. They might do away with triple BEE, they might do away with, some of the, like, for example, the 350, or national youth development plan. They might do away with it and say, no, people, whether you are youth or what, why specifically on youth? And, they might change. They might change the national health, that thing, insurance, that thing, you see. So as a result, there will always be a paradigm shift when you have change in leadership, okay? Because they'll have what? They'll come with what? Strategic direction, which might be different, okay? But when you look at what we call bureaucracy, okay? Technocrats have to support government and not run it, okay? Now, what happens in bureaucracy? You find that our governments are bureaucratic. You've got those guys who are very influential in how the government is run. Okay, if I give an example that our present Reserve Bank is not owned by the government. So if now those people who understand are not South Africans or is believed are not South Africans, do you think they will come up with a repo rate that will weaken their economic power? It's not easy. Always when they come up with strategies and whatever, they are looking at how they will benefit. You see, and we say these guys, they should support government instead of looking at how they will gain, how much they will gain, and all those other things. So in a way, they can run a government from afar, and we might blame the government only to find that it is because of what these guys can do. Like, for example, if they threaten to disinvest from South Africa, you see, so those guys who threaten, those big industrialists who threaten to disinvest from South Africa and invest in Botswana and Tanzania and other countries, Kenya, you know, they control the government from afar. You see, they're trying to run the government without them appearing. Okay, that's why we talk about this thing called what is that term that you use? Let me not use it. What's that term that you use, guys? Of people who are controlling the government from afar.
State capture.
State capture. That's it. And in essence, if you can ask yourself, is there a government or a state which is not captured? Look at America. Look at Germany. Look at Spain. Or let's say America, Europe. Look at South America. Look at Brazil. Look at Colombia. You've got big businesses, or you've got guys who have got political influence who will ensure that the politics of that country are in their favor, even though they are not in the forefront. Okay? If you look at the reason why America is always backing up Israel, for example, let's just be political a bit. Why do you think America is always on the side of Israel? And they don't impose any sanctions. They don't say you are wrong here. Since 1967, Israel has occupied, Golan Heights, West Bank, and but is there any time when America said, hey, we are withdrawing what? We are withdrawing what? Why? Which big companies in America are owned by Americans? Because all the Rockefellers, all those guys are Israelites. They are Jews, So if those guys disinvest from America, so they've got influence. So you have to support them, and not showing that you support them. You give your own reasons, but you know the actual reason why you are supporting them. Okay? If you have, for example, guys supporting, Iraq, or what were they supporting? The Kuwait. What was the main reason why they were supporting Kuwait? Because Saddam was saying Kuwait is a province of Iraq, and they used to be one. It's just that when Britain gave independence to Kuwait, they said, because they gave to Iraq, and they said, but not Kuwait. And when they were giving to Kuwait, they said, provided they to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they put their own people there, whom they knew they will control their prices of oil. So when Saddam realized that, he said, yes, took it and said, I'm annexing it because we are one people who speak the same language. It's one territory. It's just that you subdivided it. And these guys then attacked Iraq. You see? And when you look at Afghanistan and say, what was the main reason why Bin Laden? Because Bin Laden was part of the economy of America when it comes to oil and oil reserves and everything. Because him and the father to who was that other president? They were George Bush, before George W. Bush. Okay, so suddenly when he felt, no, these guys are using us, what, then now he's a terrorist, then he must be attacked. Understand? And there's still a question mark of what happened with the 9/11. Okay, there's still a question mark. Such a big country with technology and everything. Do you think they were not aware that there's going to, and where were the directors and the factory owners and those big guns, all of them were not there when the American, that thing was bombed. Okay? All of them were not there. Why? And suddenly then, so that, you know, the whole world should support. And then we should attack Afghanistan and we say we want Bin Laden. I don't know, guys. We are talking as political analysts here. All right, we are just posing questions. We are not saying these ones are wrong, these ones are right, but we are asking questions where, I mean, the reason why there's a war between Russia and that thing. I mean, if Russia used to be a federation, it used to have, you know, all these guys under Russia, and then through Perestroika and Gorbachev, and decided that, okay, fine, these guys will have self-rule, self-rule, self-rule. And suddenly then they help these guys with you know, nuclear stations and everything and what, and they rely on Russia for a lot of things. And then suddenly, and you know that there's that, you know, Cold War, not that the Cold War is over, but there's still that tension between America and Russia. Then suddenly America encroaches, it comes nearer to say, no, here we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You join NATO. You understand? So obviously, you see, the Russians will not be happy because these guys are nearer. They will spy on us. They can attack us at any time and whatever. Okay? What is the reason there? Okay? And now, whilst the war was starting, already there was support from these countries outside. All right? Why didn't they say, guys, come, let us sit and talk? You know, the United Nations tried, but who controls the United Nations? Whose power is there in the Security Council? Right? How is it related to NATO? Okay. So that is bureaucracy. The challenge for South Africa is to find a balance where political leadership assertively pursues its strategic objectives and align all departments and spheres of government to its common thrust, not other people. Okay? Because you can see there, technocrats have to support government and not run it. Because if they do, the entire logic and premise of the democratic system becomes distorted. Okay? This is by Vivian, William Vivian, one of our directors and owners of Regenesis. Okay, in his submission, in his books, and in his articles there. Patopili principles. Now we are trying to have what? A policy paradigm shift. We are saying, okay, we've got policies on how people should be, but there was a void somewhere. Okay, so we need to come up with a policy that will ensure that strictly we have got a professionalized public service that sees itself as servants of the public, instead of the public, you know, begging when they want to pay rent. You tell them, we are going for lunch. We are closing now, go home. They go back with the money they've got. And maybe they even got lifts to come there. Tomorrow, they must go back to work. They can't, and then you send them letters threatening them that they owe. They did not pay. And they were there. And the queue was so long. You understand? So, but to really principle is trying to nip that in the bud, to say, you know, people should know that Bato comes first. Okay, people come first. Without those people, we wouldn't have those jobs. Okay, I mean, you can't be called a director if you don't have if you don't have a department to run. Okay, who do you direct? Right. So how you treat these people, you know, how you direct these people is very important. Okay, because remember, you are replaceable. There's someone who can run that department better. It's just that you can't have 7 directors in one department or one company. Okay, you are the main one, and you have your deputy and all those things. But do you mean if you die, then it will be the end of that department? No, it will continue to exist, and you'll have other people running it. All right. I used to tell principals of schools to say, guys, remember when you are a principal, you are only managing. We can't have 20 principals in one school. So you were lucky because we place that authority as well as trust in you that you will manage this school to its utmost best on behalf of the community, so they can teach their children and all those other things. And you have got teachers in your employ, teachers who, you are not the one who employed these teachers. You are not the one who's paying these teachers. Okay, so if you become a demigod in a school, are you aware that if you are removed, the school will continue? Somebody else from within those teachers who were ill-treating, one of them will become a principal in that school and will manage that school maybe even better than you were managing. You see, so have that relationship with your staff. Know that there are also people. Remember, those people you are sending from pillar to post and telling them that is nonsense. I don't like this. You will go from this school. What? You're telling me nonsense. I don't like this. Yeah, this is rubbish. Not in my school. What? Those people are parents. They're parents. They are wives. They are husbands to other people. They're respected by their families. Some of them make decisions for big families. They know when so and so is here, he'll come with a good decision and resolution that the family goes forward. They are responsible, those people. They're not just, from the taxi rank. Understand? Even that person at the taxi rank has got a family, has got children. They look at that person as Baba, father. They depend on that person. So if you see, that's why now the need for this white paper on transformation in the public service or of the public service. Okay, then Batopile principles, which talks about all those principles there of consultation and all those things, redress and blah blah blah. All right, transparency and what. Now, change management. Okay, now change. We know change is very difficult. Okay, change is very very difficult. It's not easy. Take, for example, when the outcomes-based education was introduced in schools or in education department. Now, teachers felt it's unfair. I mean, I've been teaching for, 30 years, 20 years, 25 years, and I've produced doctors, lawyers, and whatever and what. Now you are telling me I was not teaching correctly. That was nonsense. The very same doctors that give you medicine, the very same lawyers that represent you in court and who acquit you, who get you acquitted. And now you're telling me that was nonsense that I was doing. You come with a system, and that system is so cumbersome. It's got a lot of outcomes. It's got a lot of work and paperwork and everything. I don't even have enough time to continue with teaching in class, because most of the time I'm busy filling in this, filling in that, filling in that. You understand? So it was change. It was inevitable, but it was difficult because everyone has got his reasons why they needed to be changed. You see? But it had to be altered here, to be changed here and there, because after Professor Sbuso Bengu introduced it, then it had some flaws here and there, and Professor Kara Asmal came and said, okay, fine, let's change here, let's change here. Those outcomes are too many, at least if there can be 66 and things like that, you understand? And subdivide the school into phases and, okay. Foundation phase, and this will be the foundation phase, this will be the senior phase, this will be in FET, all right? Or intermediate, and then senior phase, and then FET, where we prepare you now for that thing. But in other countries, do you have grade 1 to grade 12? So many years. You don't have that. So some people are saying, but let's look at our education system. If you do so many subjects, and then you have to specialize in grade 12, and there are only 6 or 7 or whatever, but you can pass with 6. And then you go and do this course, it only needs 2 of them. Were you supposed to do all these others? That's why you have so many years. You see, what are you doing with if now you are a lawyer and all those other things? So what are you doing now with the leg of a frog? Sparrow gyra. You're no more using those, all right? That's why some subjects were cut, some were improved, and all those things. Today, if you can look at what we used to call biology, call it what now? What science? Life sciences. You can see now they get deep and they do all those things. Unlike during our time where we were just looking at, differences between a spider and the locust and the, arthropoda, arachnida, and what. This one has got 8 legs. It's got what. It's got the thorax and what. This one is cephalothorax. And I mean, are we using that now? But if you say, okay, fine, those will be doing this, we start them at grade whatever. They strictly continue on that, in that line, like in Russia, like in America, And these guys, that's why you have professors who are still very young, doctors who are still very young, because they followed that from scratch. Okay, but it's okay. That is change, which is a bit difficult. Okay, so as managers, we have to manage change. Okay, you have to manage change. We know it's difficult and it's not easy, but how do you manage it? What do you do in order for people to, because that policy will bring about change in some spheres. If it's based on empowering other people, those who were empowered earlier will complain because they'll feel these ones are going to weaken them. It's like that in a democracy. Why do we critique policy? Okay, we are looking at its relevance. Okay, and whether it's continuously being effective or not. Okay, what are the positives? What are the negatives? Okay, so we have to critique a policy. All right. So, but when you look at policy-based management, okay, we try to simplify the management of an organization through the establishment of policies to deal with situations. Okay, to say if this happens, we've got a policy of that. If this happens, we've got a policy on that. Okay, but remember, you can't only use policies to manage. You also need leadership qualities and leadership skill. Because you can imagine where a policy is mum on a certain situation. You have to make your own leadership decision, and then you write a report that this was happening, and there was no policy on that and that. And as the leader of this organization, or as the manager, or as a director in this department, I had to take decisions there and there. Okay, so this is what I came up with and what. You are transparent, okay? There's nothing wrong. That's the decision. If you remember, during the era of President Nelson Mandela, when he went, I think he went to Britain or America, something like that, but somewhere there in Europe. And the acting president was Dr. Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Okay? And he attacked or he declared war on Lesotho, I think, something like that. Okay? And there were clashes then, these people fought and what, and he sent a battalion there. Some people died and whatever. Okay? And when he came back, instead of criticizing him and whatever, he said, no. I respect him as a leader. Huh? During that fracas, he took a decision. Okay? So I can't say he was wrong because that was his call. He had to make a decision there and there as a leader. There was no need for him to phone me and what and say, hey, what. You understand? So you see, he was protecting him. He was saying, as a leader, sometimes you make decisions because of the situation at hand, of course, whether they're informed or not, but you make decisions. All right. What about policy success and failure factors? We talked about them yesterday to say if a policy is unrealistic, if it's idealistic or ideologically driven, it might have a challenge because other people might not be in the same boat with your ideology. But also, leadership problems where you find that leaders don't understand policies themselves. So how do they implement those policies if they do not on their own understand those policies? So poor leadership skills, poor policy analysis and management process. Sometimes if a policy is not analyzed properly and is not managed properly, or processes are flawed, that policy will not succeed. Operational plans are not well developed and managed. You come up with an operational plan of the police to say, this is how we are going to implement it, this is how it's going to operationalize it. These are the people who will be doing this and that and that and that. If that is not implemented, you see, South Africa has got very good policies which are internationally acclaimed. But the implementation of those policies really is lacking. Maybe some ways because of some of the leadership skills from our leaders. Sometimes it might be maybe because of political interference. Some way it might be. But the thing is, policies are there. Policies are there, guys. I think we have got policies on border control. We have got policies on ID. Whether people become residents, permanent, or whatever. We've got policies to that effect. Okay? So it doesn't mean when we have got challenges where people just come in and what and what and what. Policies are there, but are they implemented? Are they implemented? We've got policies concerning, health. Okay? But you look at some of the treatment, I mean, you ask yourself, don't we have a policy on this? Don't we have a policy on this behavior? On these utterances, we have policies. Okay, but someone is not ensuring that that oversight role. Okay, I mean, if we say municipality has so much money lost through all those things which are irregular, what expenditure, all those negatives. I mean, what was the impact doing? What was the internal audit doing? Because you must have an internal audit section. What were they doing? Were they not aware of this money which was siphoned? Okay, so policies are there, just implementation of those policies. And I'm telling you, you implement policies to the core. I know you'll have people on the left who will be calling for your blood, who will be saying, yeah, this one, he thinks this is his department, what. But you sleep with a clear conscience because you are fair, you are straight, and you want things done because this is our people that we are serving. They're not people from Mars. They're our own people. If you pass there with your big SUV and you pass through, people on with roads which are bumpy and what. Your car's got big wheels, it can just pass through. What about those guys with small cars that, like in Mamelodi, you've got small cars that ferry people to and fro. I mean, those potholes, what happens to those cars? How many times do we change all those things, links and whatever? So how do you feel? You see, so sometimes we need, to say, okay, let us talk to the public sector management structures to say, guys, let's go back to the drawing board to say, these are our people who are suffering. These are our people. They are my uncles, your niece, your whatever. Your son will bring a Makoti from that family, from that area. Are you going to say, go back, you are from a poor family? Okay. So as a result, lack of policy management skills, knowledge, experience, bureaucracy, of course, and all those red tapes. Red tapes where we have got a policy that says that people should be allowed to access to what, and they should get funding for what. But when they're supposed to do that, they are told, this and that and what. You can't if you don't have what. And, yeah. And you've got all those small medium enterprises, disintegrating. Some even ceasing to exist because of lack of funding. But you have got structures that are supposed to fund them. But when they go there, they tell them, no, this and what. No, you can't, no. So yeah. But those are some of the issues, guys. Those are some of the issues that we deal with when it comes to policies. Any questions so far, guys, so that we can now go to the POE? Any clarification? Okay, let us jump to the POE and see the questions there. We have done the first part of the POE where we explain what is needed. Okay, let me put it on that thing there. All right. Okay. So we are going to see, because remember in the workbook you are told this is for activity number 1, this is for activity number 2, and whatever. All right. So let us go back to our POE. Now, the first question there deals with just I'm trying to magnify it, and so I'll go step by step there. But by Friday, we must be through with all of them, right? Assessment plan, overall assessment results, and all those things. We talked about all this, right? Report and how it looks like, and what we are going to insert there, your rights, okay? Review of assessment, moderation, that you leave it as is, okay? Biography, we talked about it. We also talked about you attaching all those and what qualifications, and then we come to formative assessments there. Okay, read the example of a policy and then complete the tasks. Now, when you look at this, your organization undoubtedly has several policies, né? Each one addressing various public needs and organizational needs. Okay? Identify 3 unrelated policies. You can have a policy on smoking, a policy on absenteeism, or whatever. And critically examine the various ways in which the word policy can be used. How do you think you'll answer this one? Alan Kulube, come on, guys, let us be fast. We have got 3 unrelated policies, all right? You look at the word policy, all right? And you look at those policies, okay? There are various ways in which the word policy can be used. Others will say it's policy, but it's not actually policy. It is what? Hmm? Remember, guys, in our institutions, we have got policies in our sections. But some actually are just regulations. Others are just rules. Others are, you know. So how will you answer this? How will you answer this?
Sorry, Mr. Block.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm having a problem. When I'm looking at this formative activity number 1, it's not the same as the one that I'm having. I'm not sure whether I got the wrong stuff. Yes, because the first question, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. And the marks is 48 marks. This one is out of 20 marks. Because the first one requires me to look at the public participation processes. That is question number 1. So really, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Where are we now? Questions are not the same.
What?
They are totally different.
The ones that you are having.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, the one we received on the email is not with participation, and most of the activities are not corresponding with the study guide. You find in the study guide says do activity so and so. If you go to the POE, it's a different topic. So you start to look all over the place to try and complete. So it is quite different.
Okay. Let me try to rectify that, because it's not the first time I do this. I did it with the other group last year. It was the same questions, this one. So I'm not sure which one.
The point that we are making is that the POE that we have, and it still shows that it was work under progress, because it shows that somebody was inputting and then it's not finalized. So yes, you have the right one from your side, but what we are having, what was sent to us yesterday, is completely different from what you are showing right now.
That's why I'm saying it's funny, because I use the same with the last group. So if maybe they are reviewing it, they can't give it to you whilst it's still under review. Okay, guys, I've just spoken to Tali, and he's sending you the one that I've got. Ne? That one they put on the student portal is still being reviewed. It will not correspond with the workbook. Where they say answer, activity number 1, answer activity number 3, is going to be different. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I think we do understand, but there's a fellow colleague who asked if she can be given the sharing rights, so that you are able to see what's been sent to us. So it's not just one area that is being worked on. It's the entire formative activities that are on the POE that are still under construction, for if I can use that word. So it's not just one area that needs to be fixed, it's the entire lot.
Yeah, we normally do that when we when we review material and update it and all those other things. I'm aware of that. I've got the one which is still being reviewed, but it hasn't yet passed the review process. Okay, so the person who sent you it to the portal supposed to send it to the portal yet. That's why he's saying he will send you this one that I've got. Okay, so that it can align to the workbook. Okay, guys.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise then we are going to have challenges where it says answer activity 2, and you find that it's not related to the questions. Who is that? Okay, so he's sending it to you. He's sending it to you. Huh?
Mr. Block.
Dr. Kwali?
Yes, so if I understand you correct, so that means this one that we have is null and void. So we must even look at it. So Vutali is going to send this one that you're having on our screen. He's going to send it to each one of us again. So meaning chance raise go if I understand you correct.
Yeah, that's what he suggested.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
Can
because
we
oh, no,
suggest that? Can we suggest that he sent it to the student portal? No, not to the student portal, to the chat group, to our chat group, because at least all of us are there. And it will be sending
okay.
just once. Then he can send to the emails.
All right. Start with the chat groups. Send it to the chat group, eh? Have you sent it already? To where into the via email?
Not yet.
They say you can use the chat group because they are all in the chat group. Use the chat group, the email, then the portal. Then they can get from either of those three avenues. Okay. Anyone who got it from the email?
Nothing yet.
Not yet on email.
Yeah, not yet. Nothing on email.
Now I'm watching the chat group. Nothing yet on the chat group as well.
Nothing yet in the chat group. Okay. Yeah, because normally what happens is, I think even those changes, they will still via me, so that I can verify them and I can, as subject matter expert, some inputs there, or bring some inputs, and
Right, the
once
email
it
came
is,
in.
you received it. Okay. Because this one was updated 2020 in June. Okay. So we used it 2021, 22. Okay. So you started last year, 2022.
An email has been sent with the attachment.
Okay. So probably from that attachment, you will see. Okay.
The email just came through now.
All right.
Also received it.
Yeah, Mr. Block, we received an email and it's the same as the one that you are presenting now.
Okay. Let's wait for everyone to get that.
Thanks very much. I've received it on the chat group. I'm working remotely. That's why I'm not having access to the email for now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, ma'am. The other guys, because we have.
Thank you, John. I have received it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we have received it.
Received by Danke.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, can we now go to that activity number 1? All right, that activity number 1 talks about 3 policies. You look at those policies, or just think of those policies, because you might not be having them now. Okay? And the question is, examine various ways in which the word policy can be used, because I think all of them are written policy. No? Policy. All right? And remember we said policy can be, used in different ways. Okay? If you remember when we talked about in what instances is policy needed, it can be used as a what as a tool for this. It can be used as. Do you remember what we talked about? Guys, the aim here is for everyone to be able to participate.
Yes, when we said policy can be used as a tool to respond to public need.
Yes. And then something else, policy can be used. Remember, we said general purpose. If you go to page 18.
Okay.
Go to page 18 of your study book.
Authorization, so.
Authorization as a process, as a decision for general purpose, for a specific purpose. I give an example, specific purpose, national development plan. Okay? Or a policy on smoking. It's for a specific purpose. All right. Now, in your, because sometimes you can't write directly in your POE, it might take longer. So just write there, page 18. You write activity 1, you say page 18. Okay. And then you can just write some few things that will remind you what the answers are. Specific, general purpose, and all those things that we talked about. All right. Still under activity 1, number 2 says, critically assess which applications of public policy concerns you directly. Okay. Now remember, you are from different sections in the public sector. Others are from province, others are from local government, others are from national, but in different areas also, or different departments. Okay.
Huh?
So
These are the people I need. That's all. Those are the only ones.
Go into the website and look for the
in your
price for the
area,
book.
take for example, if you're from
You sent it to me. And these are the only things I need. Can I get a new clutch?
What?
It's the liberal. And also can it be 0.5 or 5.0?
okay. Are you through, guys? Are you through, guys? I'm saying you are from different departments. And as a result, if, for example, you are from health, and they say which applications of public policy concern you directly, okay? Which ones will affect you directly? Which ones will affect you directly? You have got
National Development Plan, National Health Act, those are national policies coming closer to the province with Disaster Management Act. Yeah.
okay, but remember, at your level, if you are a director, which applications of policy will affect you directly in your position?
The provincial policies, I think.
Yeah, okay. But let us say monitoring or implementation. Do you deal with implementation of policy? Or do you deal with monitoring, playing an oversight role? Or do you deal with, development of policies or analyzing of policies?
Okay, now understand.
If then you deal with implementation, you'll say the part on implementation, and then you justify your response to say, because I ensure that policies are implemented correctly from national to whatever, and that what I play an oversight role, blah blah blah. You give your reasons why you say you deal with implementation, or why the part that affects you is drafting of policies or analysis. If you say analysis, you say because I analyze policies and look into whether they will be acceptable or not, and if they've got flaws, if they are not against the constitution or what. Because remember, we have got different portfolios in our departments, okay? So others might be dealing with oversight, right? Others might be dealing with implementation. Others might be dealing with what is that that we talk about more, especially when we talk about finances there. Okay, transparency. I ensure that policies are implemented for transparency reasons, because I deal with this and that and ensure that 1, 2, 3.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Explain the importance of public policy in your organization. Okay? In your organization, because remember, we are from different sections, right? So when they say in your organization, we are all in the public sector, but why do they say organization? Okay? It means in your department, your section, or whatever. Okay. Why is it important? Is it because you deal with most people who are what, and then it might happen that policies might not be understood correctly and all those things. So I must ensure that, all right? Or it helps with this and this and this and that. It fosters or it ensures that there's discipline when it comes to this and this and that. All right? Because you will have public policy, whatever policy that you are going to have. But why are policies important in your organization? Because we take it you are from the public sector, even though we've got people who are not necessarily directly in the public sector, but we take it that you understand why it's necessary that we should have policies in the public sector. What is the role of policies? That's why we say what is importance of public policy in your workspace. Okay, what is your take, guys? Anyone who can talk to us? Why is it important to have public policy for your organization? Felicia?
Morning or good day already. Actually, I think I don't know what's wrong with my gadget here, but I think it's to give guidelines on how to do things properly.
Okay. Thank you, Harry.
The law is a major aspect of public policy. So a lot of public policies have to do with implementation of the law. So it helps in compliance with various aspects of the laws, either be basic conditions of employment, labor relations, or whatever. Yeah. Thank you.
I like that third part. I like that third part of guidelines on compliance and all those other things. Okay.
Thank you.
But also remember, policies are there to ensure that we meet the need of the communities. Because policies are there to ensure that the needs of the community, or some people can talk about service delivery. Okay. So that there should be adequate and acceptable service delivery meted out to the public. Something else, TK?
Yes, Mr. Block. You actually took what I wanted to say. Okay, policy in the organization, especially in the sector, I think on my side is to regulate certain behaviors, and then so that we can realize an efficient service delivery to the communities, as well as to govern certain laws, like your PFMAs and those acts, to govern them. So obviously they have to develop the policies that will be used in your department.
Okay, thank you. Remember, guys, if it's 4 marks, just give it some fat, like he just did. All right, give it some fat. Don't just write one sentence to improve service delivery. I'll give you one. Okay. Number 4, guys, I think you are writing there.
Yes, we are.
You are writing, because we can't say each and everyone say what you are going to write, but you have an idea of how to answer that question. Okay. Based on the policies you identified in the previous task, remember those ones, 3 unrated policies. Based on them, critically assess the type and purpose of each policy. Okay. What's going on here? What's wrong here? I'm with you in your different spaces. You know where you are, and you know the policies that you can give examples of. All right. So what you are going to say here, you will say the policy 1, on financial example. Okay, the purpose of this policy is this and this and that. Remember, they said there were 3 again.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure which ones were you want to talk about, but just get 3 that you see that I can talk about these ones. The other one can be a policy on financial reporting. The other one can be anyone that you think you are going to say something on. The other one can be maybe an HR policy on absenteeism or on leave measures. The other one can be a policy maybe on, you say, okay, this one, the purpose is for this and this and that. This one, the purpose is for this and this and that, okay? So give us one policy and give us the purpose of that policy. And you did not really write them there on one. Even if you have written them, you are going to repeat them here on 4 to say this one deals with that, this one deals with that, this one deals with that. Because here you said this one is for compliance, this one is for regulation, this one is for what, this one is for, all right? So here they are saying, okay, the purpose. Is it to ensure fair labor practice? Is it to ensure transparency in usage of finances? Is it to ensure leave? Okay. You know your policies. Just get those 3. Right? This one, if it's a what policy, then what is it? What's its purpose? This one, its purpose is this and that. This one, its purpose is this and that. Okay, there are 3. It's 2 marks each. 6 marks. 2, 2, 2. Okay, formative activity number 2, policy management concepts. It says there, I think you are writing on another page there. Formative activity 2. And then you say 2.1. Critically assess the types of policies that you, in your own capacity and your organization on a larger scale, are involved in preparing. Give examples. What types of policies are you engaged in preparing? Don't tell me I don't do policies. Okay, you can say I don't draft policies. That's not an answer. Somehow you are involved because we take it that you are part of management. Okay. And then you give example. You see, someone last time was saying this one is nearly like someone will take this one's in number 4. So what are you policies on discipline and discipline measures? Are you involved in policies on recruitment or what is that? Procurement, for example. Okay, and then you can give examples there. Okay. Some are involved in procurement, preferential procurement policies, né? Or triple BEE. But in this case, people normally are involved in okay. I've just done away with this noise that was coming from Felicia's background. Okay, some people are involved in those smaller policies within your organization, right? Okay, like discipline, like absenteeism, like late coming, like all those smaller ones. Maybe you help prepare them. You're part of that. Number two, identify the programs and projects that have been initiated as a result of the policies that you identified in your answer to question 1. Okay? So if a policy was dealing with late coming, for example, okay, on a larger scale, what program can you run or project? Some are programs, some are projects. In the health sector, for example, you can talk about AIDS awareness campaign. Okay. You've got an AIDS awareness policy. Okay. It's a project.
Sorry, Mr. Block. I would like to know question number 1. You critically assess the types of policies, so which means you must mention those policies and then you describe each policy. What is required there, actually?
The types of policies. Your policy can be on absenteeism.
Yes. So you just mentioned one.
Another one can be on late coming.
Okay.
Another one can be on sexual, that thing, harassment.
Harassment, yes.
Okay. And when you give example, you say sexual harassment policy, for example. That's why what you call it in your that thing. Okay. And then you say that it deals with this and this and that.
Okay.
Smoking
So
policy. It's based on what it deals with this. Just a small explanation so that we can see that you understand.
Okay.
The type of policy, what it is for. Yeah. And from that you'll have a program or projects. Again. And some people have got gender-based violence program, or gender-based violence awareness program. You see, it is based on that policy, where you are going to inform people and talk to people and facilitate, so that they understand what it's all about. Because some people, some actions, they are not aware that it's part of an offense against other sexes. All right? Okay. Remember, we said from a policy, you get a program and then project. And which of the principles that have emerged from previous exercises and discussions should you apply to the policy preparation process in your organization? Remember, we said a policy, it should be enforceable, it should be fair, it should be what? Do you remember that? Hmm?
Yes.
Yeah, we are referring to those things. Must be enforceable, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Which of the principles that have emerged from previous exercises and discussions should you apply to the policy? And then you can mention all those. The policy should be enforceable, yeah, I think the other guys are still. Okay. But guys, okay. Do you see how you answer these questions?
Yes.
Yes, we see.
Yeah, you can see Mr. Block.
So you see on activity 3, success versus failure. Okay, where it says critically assess the extent to which a policy-based management approach exists in your organization. Remember, we talked about policy-based management approach where we say is running its organization based on managing policies which are there. Okay. Do you think in your department, the way the policies are managed, okay, or is the management based on policies in your organization? Up to what extent? Other people will say, no, sometimes, but sometimes there are other decisions which are made which are not based on policy. And yeah, management, it sometimes overlooks some policies when they make decisions. And, we just want to know that for 6 months. Analyze why this is necessary. Provide specific examples across all of your areas of your organization. So obviously, you remember we answered it earlier when I was asking you, when we were still busy with the slides, where you said it fosters compliance, transparency, it ensures openness. fairness, you know. And then you can give specific examples. You say, in an organization, everybody's treated fair when it comes to late coming. Okay? There's a register where everybody signs when they come in and what. Everybody from management what. You see, that's fairness. Policies help us with transparency. We talked about transparency. When you say management put the workload of each and every person on or you have got a organogram and the responsibility of each and every person. And that is transparent because it shows what every person is doing and how much. Examples such as those ones. And assess why this might constrain decision-making, flexibility, and individual empowerment. Provide examples to support your thinking. You see, sometimes it's true. It might constrain decision-making because when you make decisions on people, others might think you are overlooking them. You see, so you might have difficulties because when you say so and so is getting promotion, people might say no. Why not this one? Why not this one? Because you are too transparent, you know. But also with flexibility, other guys you might not be able to give them other responsibilities because you need to always go to the policy. Remember I said policy management without leadership quality is a problem. Then an example, you can give an example. A person who's always early and is never late and, he works hard and all those things. But there might be a person who because of policy, it's not easy for you to discipline the person because always he refers to policy, look at the loopholes. So when you give an incentive to the person who is always loyal and whatever, that one might say, but the policy is not saying this. You understand? So it makes sometimes decision-making difficult. And sometimes you are even unable to empower other people by giving them some extra responsibilities. Because people will always refer you back to the police. On success versus failure, formative activity 3, critically assess the extent to which a policy-based management approach exists in your organization. How is we haven't done 3, né? We are busy with 3. Okay, I think we did number 1. The extent to which a policy-based management approach exists in your organization. Okay, analyze why this is necessary. Remember we said compliance and all those other things, transparency and what. Assess why this might constrain decision making. To give example about sometimes policy is mum on empowerment, individual empowerment, and sometimes it might be difficult for you to use policy on doing that. Sometimes you might be at loggerheads with some of the members because they will be looking at policy, but you as a leader, you might be seeing that one individual or some members of your team need empowerment, or some decisions need to be taken. But if they are not within a policy, it might be troublesome. Examine the extent to which the policy development process explained in the public life cycle above is relevant to organization, justify policy development process, blah, 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 blah. All those things in the public policy life cycle. Okay, how relevant is it? Okay, why do you think it is relevant in your organization? That you must identify the problem. All those steps. Why are all those steps necessary? To what extent is the process relevant to your organization? Anyone? Why do you think when you come up with policy, you need to follow some of the policy development models or processes? Come, guys, come, guys. Dr. Harry, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think it will help with ensuring that the policy is relevant, objective, and seeks to be effective. So to be able to assist in looking at whether the process is feasible or not, those identification of a need, all those steps, going through them to ensure that you also follow a systematic approach in developing a policy and not a unsystematic basing on so and so book source page man says so yeah.
I was saying it was nice the way you ended there. It's quite it was nice. I mean, to ensure transparency, to ensure that, I mean, you have got all relevant stakeholders being part of that, okay? But also to ensure that, you know, it can be enforceable and it's applicable and it will resolve the problem at need or in, yeah, the needs of the people, but also the problem that has been identified. Because sometimes you come with a policy only to find it does not really solve the problem. Okay. So all those reasons that you can give them, it's only 4 marks. You can compare a failed and a successful policy. What were the reasons for the failure of the success and the success? Okay, you'll give an example of a policy of your choice, ne? Okay. But that policy, you must be able to say either it failed or it succeeded. And if it succeeded, what was the reason for its success? If it failed, why do you think it failed? Okay, for 5 marks, so you are going to give us a policy, and you are going to say to us, it failed, and you're going to give us reasons. Or you're going to give us a policy, say it succeeded, and you give us the reasons. If it was a policy on schooling, for example, then you can say because it did 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it was successful. It was able to do 1, 2, 3. The success can be alluded to this and this and this and this and that. Okay, leadership embraced by the community, that they embraced the policy. All stakeholders were supportive of the policy, and it dealt with the problem at hand. You know, so whatever reasons that you can give when you look at the success of that policy. Okay. 4 changes. Critically examine the relationship between the various triggers that demand policy changes. Why do you think policies might need to change? What might be the triggers? We talked about that.
It may be that you're incorporating new changes in the organization that needs to be factored into that particular policy.
Okay, but what will make you come up with a decision that you need to change that policy?
It may be ineffectiveness of the rollout
How
or
is
adoption.
change of policy? Yeah. Okay, effectiveness.
I was saying it may be its ineffectiveness or adoption when being rolled out.
Yeah, but adoption in what respect?
So the people that you are implementing the policy on showing a bit of resistance and as such rendering it ineffective in its
Okay.
from its making. Yeah.
Okay, resistance. Some, by the people earmarked for. It was earmarked for. And another thing. Other things, guys.
Thank you. Based on the previous speaker as well, you can also do incremental approach there if you got to add anything in the policy, and also looking at the environment can also force change, things like political change or economic change or business environmental strategy change, things like that can trigger changes in the policy. Thank you.
Okay, but look, I think effectiveness, relevance, and all those things can trigger policy changes. Okay, resistance. But when you say the key drivers between the various triggers, those things will be driven by, that resistance, that ineffectiveness, that what. The drivers will be, because here we talk about the triggers, né? The drivers, those things that make that people should resist. Okay? It might be, then you come up with that. Demographical situation, economic situation, political situation, what. Those are the drivers. They make that people should resist, or they make that some of the policies become redundant, they are ineffective because they are no more, because of the change in the political arena or economic situation. Or the drivers will be the go to the political, economic, social, what. Because there might be new things that people are experiencing. Okay? And those things are the ones that will lead to, for example, if you give an example about high crime, it's a change in the social lives of the people. Okay, they are affected. So as a result, the policy becomes what? Irrelevant now, because it does not deal with that. You see, so those are triggers. Okay, drivers are bigger. All right, those are drivers. They are big. They are bigger. A trigger, a trigger is when you pull. All right, it's how that is affecting the failure. Because economical change will just be a driver. It will be something very big. Social changes in the lives of the people, and that lead to what? To things like poverty, to things like, security, lapse in some areas, instances, and all those things. So people will do what? They will resist the policies which are there, since they do not address the economic situation. Then they become ineffective. So you see, ineffectiveness, redundancy of the policies, and all those other things. Those are triggers for change. But what made that they should be those things? It will be those bigger things like economy, like social, ecological, and all those things. Those are drivers. Okay, yeah, policy development process, formative activity 5. You are writing, guys, on your notebook. I know your answers should not exactly be the same, but you have an idea of what the answer might look like or might entail. Outline your public organization policy development process. Okay. In your public organization, what processes do they follow when they come up with policy? Do they identify the problem? Mm-hmm. Do they analyze? Do they sit down and set an agenda? Do they? Okay, that's why it's 10 marks. So they are going to explain how your public organization policy is developed, the process that they follow in coming up with policies. Now, guys, it doesn't mean if you're not part of that, look at an example that you have, like in the municipal context, when they come up with bylaws. Okay, what do? Do they look at the situation analysis, where they find the problem, if there's high crime and all those other things? If a lot of people always, when they have parties and things like that, they close the road with a big tent for 3 days. People cannot use it, motorists, So that is a problem. It's something that is a situation. So you analyze it, you say, but this is recurring. You see now it's situation analysis, it's problem identification, right? Okay. And when you set agenda, what are the things that you do? Okay. And when you look at options, which options do you? Okay. So if they look at options and give an example, and then from there, okay, public participation maybe, or then if it's in a council, of course they'll debate, right? If you give an example of a council or maybe legislature in a provincial sector, sphere, and debate, and then passing of the motion, okay, then planning for implementation, all right, and then communication of the new policy or of the policy to the community meetings through radio, local radio stations and things like that, okay, and then maybe a circular to other sections, all right. You see, so you take what you see happening in the public sector. It can be at local, provincial, or national. But at national, we know it's longer. But here they are saying organizations. Okay? They're saying public organizations. So you can take it at a lower level. Critically compare this to the Monash University process. Okay. Now you go to the workbook. Okay. Okay. You've seen the social interaction, that thing there. Okay. You've seen the systems approach. All right. I think the monarch should be somewhere at the end where you have attachments there. Okay. So with the monarch, I think in the slides, ne, we talked about the monarch there. In the slides.
On the guide is page 35.
35.
Yes. On the learner's guide.
Okay. Where we talk of the this thing is slow. This thing is slow. Okay. On page 35. Okay. Where on page 35? You have the same workbook. Hmm?
I think it's the learner guide.
Learner guide.
Yeah, your are you looking at the
On the
slides
learner
now?
guide, yes.
Your slides numbering is a bit different.
6.5.1 on the learner guide.
It's a mess, no? It's supposed to be after references where you have those other attachments and things like that. Where we have the whole monarchy. It's a bit complicated. Okay, it takes longer to implement, and it might not be implemented easily and earlier. All right, but on the okay, I think we looked at it somewhere in the also in the on the slides, né? Because it takes yeah, it is a bit longer. It's a bit longer. Just trying to find this slide. Now on the workbook that you have got, yesterday when I was busy with my workbook, was it the same? Hmm? Yesterday when I was doing, when I was using the workbook. All right, guys. Was it the same or did we have differences? Oh, guys. Because it's okay, structure of the policy. Okay, can you share it with us? There? Anyone, guys?
I don't remember, though on the slideshow may use a different diagram or so, but not steps specifically like this. But we will check when the slides come through and compare between the two, so we can come up with something from there. Thank you.
Okay. Because it might take longer for us to see the slide. Okay, but we'll come back to that. All right. Just trying to find that slide here. But it would be easier if someone could share what you have with the rest of the group. Like you are saying that it is you say it is on that page. Okay, but in the meantime, let's shelve that one. Okay, but the third one, it says after you have compared the Monash University process with the way in which you do it in your organization. Okay, you redesign the policy development process so that it meets the needs of your organization. Should your process not require any changes, provide a clearly articulated argument as to why. Yeah? You look at the Monash, you look at what you have. Most of the people follow the Dunes model. Yeah? It's easy to come up with a policy using that. Doesn't take longer. Okay, and you are saying with the Monash, maybe because I know the Monash is a bit complicated, it needs a lot of steps, got a lot of steps. So you'll be saying, with mine, everything is fine except that I will include this, I will include that, I will include that. Institutions, I will include business, I will include what, and all those other things. Okay? Okay. So you are looking at the Monash, you are looking at yours, and you say, with the Monash, it's a bit complicated, it takes longer because it has got so many steps, but the one that we use is on Dune, and then it is more easily to implement, and okay. Anyhow, you can give us the reasons why you think yours is fine. Okay, I will come back to the Monash because I can also look at the study guide I was using last year. It has got the whole of it. Policy success and failure factors. Reflect on your experience of policy success and failure factors within your using the given list as a guide. Okay. Now remember when we talked about success and failure factors, yeah? We in the book they talked about so many issues. Let us go back to after models. Okay. Social interaction, systems approach. Charles complex. Okay. This process, generic. Now, what are the main things that we looked at when we were talking about failure factors? Then we talked about success factors. If you remember, we talked about political interference, we talked about all those other things. Okay? But what other things can you give us as failure factors? Which policies, for you can give an example. We had a policy on this. Okay? It was rescinded because of, it failed because of this and this and that. Okay? Anything, guys? Lack of involvement of stakeholders?
Poor leadership.
Anything? Yeah?
Poor
Poor
leadership
leadership? Yes.
and lack of skills or knowledge.
All right. And sometimes if the policy does not do it, if the policy does not meet what?
Is it the needs of the people?
Yes. But also it does not help realize the objectives of the organization. Okay? And something else? Guys, remember, we're helping each other so that people can answer, can write and answer so that it's easier when you're alone. Okay? If we don't do that, people will find it difficult to complete and finish the activities by themselves. Okay. When we talked about political leadership, we said poor political leadership, lack of skills of leadership, that was under leadership, okay? All right. But also, lack of stakeholder involvement. If stakeholders are not involved, that policy might face challenges, all right? And all those other, sometimes economic changes, economic or environmental changes. The policy might be on, a certain environment, and when it changes, that policy becomes redundant, okay? And all those other issues that you can think of, okay? But what makes it successful, remember, we said, rope in quite a number of people, have all stakeholders involved, look at during that stage where you look at whether the policy might be successful, the amount or the resources going to need, what expectations are there, the outcomes that you're expecting, the efficiency, the effectiveness of the policy, and all those other things. All right. So it can either succeed or it can fail. Okay. So in your experience, if you say this policy because of that and that and that, you see, when you look at the, it doesn't differ much from somewhere where we talked about, I think it's activity 3. Critically compare failed and a successful policy. What were the reasons for the failure and the success? Do you remember? Activity number 3. Number 5. Okay. Where we talked about that maybe it was not relevant to the situation. Okay. All right. Now here it comes back on activity 6. Okay, policy success and failure factors within your organization. Okay. Suggest how you might avoid the failure factors in the future. All right. So in future, what are the things that you have to take note of so that the policies do not fail? Okay. Maybe better communication, maybe, involvement of all stakeholders. Okay. Proper planning of implementation. Okay. Allocation of enough resources for implementation. Good communication of how the policy is going to be implemented. Proper monitoring system or mechanism in place to ensure good oversight. Okay. So there are many things that you can do to avoid future failure of policies. Okay. Critically analyze your policy formulation process. Your policy formulation process. Now, when you analyze your policy formulation process, we're looking at the pros and the cons. Okay. What is that you do when you formulate, when you analyze the formulation process? Okay. What steps do you take?
Hey, Donald.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it mean we look at where the whole process starts until you have a policy? What, like when you started presenting and saying what is a policy, what informs us making a policy, and does the question speak to that line of approach?
Not necessarily, ma'am, but the main issue is that when you analyze the formulation of a process, of the policy formulation process, the areas that you think are done in analyzing, okay? Because it can be 5 marks and then you start up from the beginning, it will be too long. When they say critically, okay, analyze your policy formulation process, your policy formulation process, the policies that you formulated, when you analyze them, when you say identification of a problem, you simply just state, there were flaws in analyzing the problem. The problem was not such that we should have a bigger policy or a policy that deals with 1, 2, 3. Okay? You understand? You look at those steps and then you analyze them. You say what was good about it, whether there were some flaws. The other one, what were the flaws? The other one, what were the flaws? In implementation, what were the flaws? Okay. But what was good? It was good that we involved people. Okay, we involved stakeholders, but some stakeholders derail the process. They make that it should be longer, so it was not necessary. When we were formulating our policy. Remember, here we are not talking about the whole big government at national level. Okay? That's why the secretary analyze your policy formulation process. Okay? It is good that we look at the problem and what. But the bad thing is that sometimes, in some policies, we go out and even include some of the things that are not necessarily a problem, where policies already exist. Okay? And in setting agenda, the problem might be this and this and that. But actually, it is good that we do 1, 2, 3, but, all right? And in planning for implementation, the challenges are that we use wrong mechanisms for allocating resources. So sometimes some resources are less, maybe because of financial constraints or something like that. You see, you are looking at the good and the bad on the different steps. That is the process. Okay? But you don't delve deep into agenda setting and you get deep into all those different things in agenda setting. Okay. Critically review the above steps for devising a policy. Use the relevant theories and models. Determine whether you would add or remove steps from the above process. Justify your response. Adapt the process if necessary. Now, you see now on number 2. Then you can tell us the steps, whether you need to review them, whether you followed which theory, and whether you need to, add something or change or whatever. Okay, with this one, number 2. That's where you can get a bit deeper. You see, it's 10 marks. Okay? Because here you talked about steps. In step what? In analyzing, it was good that we did 1, 2, 3, but it was bad for this. In planning implementation, in monitoring, challenges were this and okay. Number 2, are there some steps that need to be added in that? You need to add maybe strictly on stakeholder management, okay? Not just getting stakeholders in, but you need to sit down and, what other steps do you think you can add? If not, okay, which theory can you use? Okay, because generic model is too elongated, it's too long. It's a long cycle. The monarch is a long cycle. Dune, okay, the problem solving cycle, okay, it's also shorter. Okay, so, but are there steps that you think you can add? Okay, if then adapt the process if necessary. To say, no, now in our policy making process, we will do this and that and then. Here we'll add this and that and that. Okay. Critically apply the 6 themes of public policy and provide suggestions on how to improve your policy content. Okay. Which themes of public policy do you remember? Which themes do you remember on public policy? Are the themes the life cycle? Come, guys. What are the main things that you should take into consideration when coming up with a policy? What are the main things that you look at. Come, guys, anything? Anything, guys? Now, on page 24 and 25 of the workbook, we have the steps of the Monash University. I don't know why I was passing it. 25 and 26, so this time they put it inside the book. You see those 10 steps? I'm just taking you back to the Monash.
Yes, you can see this 10 steps.
Okay, let me just upload it there. You see those 10 steps?
Yes.
Yes,
On
we can
page
see.
If you
35.
remember if you remember when I was coming to this one, you remember I said it is elongated, it's too long. I mean, if in your department you use the Monash University model, it will take you longer, because in the slide, remember, I showed you with research and analyze that you are going to research, you are going to look at this, you are going to look at that, you are going to, it will take longer. The scope and stakeholders, scope is okay. You can come up with a scope, I mean, through the parameters through which the policy development will go through, all right? The parameters, né? So that you don't have things which has got nothing to do with the policy that are encroaching in there, all right? Stakeholder is okay, stakeholder management, okay, needs analysis and how you're going to use them. But research and analyze, it takes a bit longer, because you must research, you must go out, find out what the problem is, what might be the cause, who is involved, how does it affect the community, and all those other things. Research takes longer. Okay, then you analyze them, and then you come up with your recommendations. Okay, and then draft policy. Okay, you come up with a draft. All right, then you go back and consult key stakeholders. Okay, and then obviously they'll come up with views. Then you'll amend or revise. Okay, and then you look for endorsement. Okay, and procedural approval. Then endorsement, other people might say, no, we can't endorse it because this and this and that and that and that. Might say, but it's fine, but we might not have enough resources. Okay, and then again consider for policy approval after notifying the owner, because if then the owner, okay, agrees, then consider again another for approval, because at least it has went through the stages. And you submit policy and procedure for approval now. It's like going to another body like board of directors, where they'll also sit and look at it and scrutinize it, and okay. But they can go back and say, no, go back and rectify here and there. That's why I was saying the Monash is a bit difficult. So remember, if you are using the DUN, remember that activity that says what you use compared with the Monash. Né? Now you see the Monash with 10 steps, but these different steps, that's why I was saying it might take you longer to come up with a policy in a department, where problems continue to escalate whilst you are busy trying to draft a policy, right? So the Monash might be maybe for in the business sector, okay? In the business sector, because they need to always go back to the board of directors, right? But in the public sector, yeah, it might not work. You have seen even with Even with your that thing, your cancer, you know, all these other steps are necessary. Okay. With your IDP, integrated development plan. You see that you draft, you go to the community, and they rectify here and there. You come back to council, and you rectify. You go back to the community, then it's fine. You see, it's not a long process. Okay, then you budget and budget and budget, because I've already told them that you are expecting, you are thinking that probably, you know, you foresee that you're going to, your budget will be so much. And if it's so much, then it might be difficult to do 1, 2, 3. We'll start with maybe with tiring of roads in another section. You see, in the next 5 years, with that other budget, then we can do that. Other things, no problem, because you'll get the IS grants, all right? Or you'll get, what do you call it? The S grant, service delivery, what, okay? Yeah, we are like it. So I think this Monash, you'll be able to answer it. It was on activity, if not 3, I think. Was it 3? No, it was 5. Critically compare this to the Monash University process. Remember? We said, how does your organization develop its policies, the process it follows? Okay? They do that, they do that, they do that, do that. Compare it with the Monash. Okay? The Monash, you've seen there, it has got those 10 steps. And then when you look at them, of course, they take them one by one there. Step number 1, identify the scope and stakeholders. They explain in research and analyze relevant government legislation, national codes, existing policies, gaps need to revise or rescind, consistency, all those things you are going to research. Other relevant data, previous records, okay, where the policy or procedure are still consistent with strategic direction or implementation, implement the policy at lower levels, level of compliance, whether the related policy need to be revised, you know, then draft policy, and then consult stakeholders again, amend or revise, consist of a policy endorsement, okay? We say, when the penultimate body is satisfied, okay, that top authority, the draft is submitted to the ultimate body for approval. Any recommendation to rescind the existing policy is also submitted. If the policy owner considers that no revision is required, a recommendation is made to the penultimate body that the existing policy and procedure stand and be next reviewed according to the review schedule in the case of policies procedure under review. A recommendation to this effect is submitted to the ultimate body. Now remember, which bodies were those? Were these ones, where we said you have got the approval body, that's the ultimate body. You have got the penultimate, that is the endorsement ones, and then you have got the stakeholders. Okay. But it takes longer. Okay. But other people will say, oh no, it's fine, we can follow it. Okay. You see, complete activity 5 after the Monash. All right. So it's true. Here is activity 5, policy development process. But now we are on this one, policy success and failure factors. We're on what, 7? Okay. Now, what happens, guys, when you are busy with this? You go to where they say, please answer activity 7. Ne? You have it there. Where is it? 7. You see policy writing. And this is what you have on that thing. Okay. Now, here they show you 7 steps. Ne? All right. Writing the policy. Okay. policy and procedure, policy title. Okay. Maybe they don't take that as a theme. But the purpose and the need to have written a policy and procedure, policy statement, policy procedure for the policy, glossary of terms, finalize the policy and procedure document, involve staff members by asking for their input on the procedure before distribution. All right. Now, when you remember in the, what did we have? In our slides, we also had that. Okay. We also had that where we looked at, we gave an example of what you should have on a policy, that thing. Background, scope, problem statement, alternatives, recommendations. Okay? But where do we start? Executive summary. Okay. The executive summary gives an overview of almost everything that the policy is about and what it will resolve and all those things. But in a nutshell. Okay? And then the background now, where you describe the problem and also the scope and severity of the problem, then the statement and all those things. Now, let me put this to show what I'm talking about. You will get the slides. Where is it? Okay, do you see what we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, structure, main thing, executive summary first. Then background, it has got description, outcomes, and all those things. Scope, assessment of passport, the significance of problem, needs analysis, problem statement, definition, stakeholders, goals, objectives, what. Alternatives, description of alternatives, comparison of future spillovers, constraints and political feasibility. Okay, then recommendations. All right. So you are saying these are the main issues, because when you look at here in the study guide, they say understand the context, but they say write the policy and procedure policy title. All right. And to us, we are saying a title, obviously title, but you must have a background. Okay. So they put it as the purpose and the need to have written policy and procedures. Okay. Why is it necessary? That is your background. Okay. And the statement, policy statement, procedure for the policy. Okay. Glossary of terms. Okay. Policy and procedure document. All those things now in the policy. And then the people who are going to be involved, or those that the policy is going to affect. And so after that, they say complete formative activity 7. Okay. So here, when they say there, critically apply the 6 themes of public policy and provide suggestions on how to improve your policy content. Okay, because here, when you talk about the content, okay, you'll be looking at the main issues there. Okay. Where is it? The background of the scope, the problem statement, goals, objectives, and everything. Alternatives. Okay. What consequences might be there? What might be spillovers and all those things. But when you look at in my in the book there, finalize the policy and procedure document. Okay, that's what the policy is all about here. Do this, don't do that, this should not be allowed, and blah, 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 blah. Then after that, then involve staff members by asking for their input on the procedures. Okay, before distribution. All right, then the staff will sit down with you and look at the whole thing, and more especially the content. Okay, those guidelines are the main things. All right. Now, here in the study guide, not in the study guide, in the POE, they say assess the relationship between policy management and social norm. Critically critically apply the 6 themes of public policy and provide suggestions on how to improve your policy content. Okay, what do you think are the things that can be added? Assess the relationship between policy management and social relations within your public sector institution. Okay, when you manage your policy, okay, what social relations do you have between implementation of the policy and the way in which people view it and how they relate to the police? Okay, obviously at first people might be skeptical about it. All right, people might be skeptical, it might be difficult to convince them and all those other things, but ultimately the policy need to be implemented. Okay, the policy need to be implemented. All right, but how do you resolve that? Communication, consultation, you know, but sometimes cohesion is sometimes we use that. You say you do it or else. Okay, otherwise then it will be the tail wagging the dog. All right, on public participation, yeah, critically examine how public participation is integrated in your organization's policy formation process. These ones are simple, guys. Ne? Just tell us how you communicate with the public on policies that are going to affect them. If it's a municipality, for example, I told you about some of the bylaws. Okay, those bylaws are policies. You know? So how do you communicate? Okay, you have ward meetings where the ward councillors will come and talk to you about the problem they are experiencing. People are complaining in the office about people erecting tents, and sometimes they even cause damage to the tar road, you know, because they use chisels and things like that and hammers and what. And when they take out the poles, tent poles, and they leave holes there. When it's raining, water gets in into those holes, and it dries. Tomorrow, another water gets in. When it's hot, it dries, and then it disturbs the balance of the tar on that area. The next moment, you've got potholes because cars continue using the road. Okay, so how do you communicate with them? Critically determine whether the public opinion is respected, integrated in development of the process. Okay. Now you're just going to explain to us here whether when the public is concerned about certain issues, you go back as a council and you look at them, you recommend changes here and there or whatever, or you just come up with a bylaw, amen, is there. Do you respect the feelings and the opinions of the people who are affected by the policy that you come up with? Okay? Typically apply the public flow to a policy within the organization and identify ways to improve and encourage public participation in the organization. Okay? How do you do that? How do you do that? Now you go back to your, no, these are the slides. You go back to your workbook. Okay. The workbook, which activity is this one? It's activity 8. Okay. Participation and public choice. Né? Here they talk about the public and public opinion. Okay. Below are some definition of public opinion. What is public opinion? All right. Public policy making. Okay. How you involve the public. And then on the opinions, you take their opinions, the role of media and civil society, the role of clusters and other actors stimulating public data, debate. Okay. Policy making process. Okay. What then constitutes an agreed upon theory of policy making process? Obviously, even the public, they must know that the goal is this. Why are you coming up with such a policy? The goal is this: goal identification, authorization, public statement of intent, implementation, evaluation. All right. So they need to be able to understand why that policy, what was the reason, how is it going to affect them, okay? And how is it linked to the main government policies, say on an issue, all right? It can be crime prevention, it can be employment opportunities, it can be on whatever that the policy is on about. All right. The South African particular emphasis on the necessity of incorporating the policy inputs of players such as churches, that's NGOs, or civil society. Higher level public managers have an obligation to stimulate public debate about what they do. Public deliberation can actually help the manager to clarify ambiguous mandates. Okay? Okay. Now you have got clusters in the government also. Okay. Clusters integrate approach to government aimed at improving government's planning, decision making, and service delivery. The main objective is to have proper coordination of all government programs at national and provincial levels. Okay, so they ensure alignment of government-wide priorities, facilitate and monitor implementation of priority programs, provide consultative platforms. All right, those are 7 clusters there: infrastructure, economic sector and employment, governance and administration, human development cluster, social protection committee, development cluster, international cooperation, trade and security cluster, justice, crime prevention and security cluster. All right. Okay. So whatever they come up with, what do? They listen to public opinion. They look at public opinion so they can come up with policies. All right. So here they say, critically examine how public participation is integrated and determine whether public opinion is respected. That's number 2. Number 3, apply public participation process flow to a policy within your organization. Where will you involve the public? Okay. Is it in the identification of the problem? Involve them. Okay. In the planning, in the options. Okay. In the planning for implementation. Okay. So with implementation, I mean, remember we said the public must also help in some instances. Okay. Take the policy as their own. And when they see something wrong happening, they report it, they complain about it and all those things. In that way, they are part of implementation of that policy. Okay. And sometimes they keep on asking questions about how far the policy is, what did it achieve and all those things. So obviously in your monitoring and evaluation, I mean, you keep on giving feedback to them. All right. And that's the feedback. The critical assess how feedback is provided to your public and identify alternative channels to your public. How do you have meetings? Do you have community radio stations? Do you have local newspapers? local radio community stations, broadcasting stations. Okay. What alternatives can you come up with channels? Social media, for example. Okay. Like WhatsApp groups and things like that. Okay. Any questions so far, guys? Any questions so far? Up to activity number 8. Now tell me, are you continuing to write whatever that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Tato Hatsi? Tato Hatsi, are you part of us? No response. Sizwe Mtunu? Sizwe, are you with us? Okay, Pamela? Pamela? Okay, Nomsuke Onanzapsi. Nomasonto, I've seen you. Mutufei. Mutufei. Elliot. Mutufei. Elliot Netitunguru. Evan, what on? Lucia, you are still quiet today. Still not with us. Linda, Nathaniel,
I'm
you're
here.
quiet today.
Yeah.
It's the Stelfan. What's going on?
Hey, I don't know.
Je luister maar net.
Ek skryf.
Skryf. Ja. Regtig. Guys, it's true, you know, right? Because you can see these questions, some of them are tricky, a bit tricky, né? And you might have challenges when you are alone, right? So it's okay when you're jotting down some things, so it's easier for you. Obviously, when you are alone, you will alter some of the things, put them the way you can understand them, okay? But at least you've got an idea of what the question is all about. I'm trying to remove this notion that people always fear POEs. They say a program with POEs and what I. They say when you're alone, you don't know what they want and what. I'm just trying to remove that. With POEs is easy, okay? Because yours is only on the second part where you are going to collect evidence, put in there, answer some few questions, amen. But with an exam, assignment, you. All right. Number 9, content models. Of each of the content analysis models in light of your experience at your organization or your organization's practice. Now, guys, remember we talked about the allied model, we talked about the what, we talked about the garbage can what, ne? All right. Just take those and say, this one is good when it comes to that, but it's bad on this. This one, good on this, bad on that one. This one, is it okay, guys?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. There are those models on content analysis. Ne? Just look at them. If it's the allied, and you say, it's good that you'll have people who are educated and who are well informed who can come up with this. But the problem is that it will not be inclusive. Okay? You see, have talked about the pro and the con. Okay, the good and the bad about that model. All right. To identify two or more policies in your organization that can be examples of different content analysis models and critically compare them. Okay, you take two policies in your organization, you look at them. Which one do you think is rational? What? Which one is elite or mass model? Huh? Okay, compare them and say this one had this and it had that and it had that. This one, the content is more favoring to one's what hierarchy of people. It might not be bring to the poor or the poorest of the poor. It will only benefit the elite. You see? So that's how you compare them. This one is good and this, but it's better on this one. On this and that. This one is on this because of this and that. The other one, but it's also negative when it comes to this and that. All right? Okay. Two or more policies in your organization. Okay? And you compare them. And compare them. Which one do you think which model of content analysis was used? And the other one, which type was used there? Okay. Number 10, critically compare two policies that have been recently formulated that demonstrate two different policy-making process models. You see, we are going back up there to, I think, number 3 or number 4. Take two policies, okay, from your organization, and say this one they used Dune. Because of what? This one they used maybe deconing. Because it talks about this and this and this and this and that. Amen. 2 marks, 4 marks each. They are 2. 4 marks for this one and 4 marks for that one. Which model did they use? Okay. And then why did you say that? Okay. Another one, which model was used and why do you say that? Is it good or bad? To assess which model will you find most useful and acceptable or valid? Is it the Monash? Is it a problem-solving cycle? Is it Dawn? Is it the Conning? All right. Which model do you think is most useful and acceptable, or that it is valid? Okay. We don't talk about the generic, the one that Parliament is using. I'm talking about in your department, in your section. You don't have green papers and white papers and what. Okay, you just have at province, you've got a bill and then, amen. Okay, but in your section of a department, okay, because that's where you normally use problem-solving cycle. That's where you normally use Dunn's model. Identify, okay, look at alternatives, plan, make it take an option, choose one good option that you think will work, okay, plan for implementation, all right. Then monitor and evaluate. Number 11, policy models. Continue analyzing policy models by answering the questions below. How does the Conning's generic process model differ from Dunn's policy model? How do you think they differ? deconing, and done. You see that question, and you argue, he said you must use justify your response. You see, it's almost the same as okay. How to improve this model? Draw on relevant models, theories, and research to improve this model by merging different stakeholder methodologies to create an analytical tool bespoke to your organization. Hey, I don't know whether it's a miss what or it is like this. Who's that expert in jargon? But they say, how would you improve this model? Draw on relevant models, theories, and research. You don't just look at them and then match the two. You can take Dune and deconing, match them, okay, and say, I will take from deconing, I'll take this. From done, I'll take this. From deconing, I'll take this. From done, I'll take this. When it comes to this, they're the same, okay? And this I can use in my organization. All right, for 7 marks. Here, you will say which one is more relevant, because here you were comparing them. Okay? Looking at the differences there between done and deconing. Okay. Up to so far, guys. Any additions, any subtractions, any comments? Hmm? Any comments, any? But you're busy writing, eh?
Yes, we're busy writing.
Are you done?
Anything, Tina?
Done.
Miss Williams, today you are quiet.
No, I'm I'm on
Or you
and
are
off.
busy
I've got
coining
some
your
kind of
answers.
honestly, I've got some kind of
Okay.
a divided attention. We are doing these school visits, so
Okay.
I'm trying to share myself a bit. Mare, so
Yeah,
far so
yeah.
good.
Okay, that's nice. At least the teachers are reporting and the children have been allocated to schools. Meetings were held, first meetings. A plan, annual plan for the year. When will we have trips and things like that? Counting, submitting to circuits or to districts, principals reports, district reports. Yeah, first there is a lot of work. Some of your parents phoning in and out, others coming immediately to complain. First day. So I can understand that. Okay, guys. Should you look at number 12? Critically compare the link between the problem-solving cycle and policy analysis process to a policy example in your organization. Okay? The link between the problem-solving cycle, policy analysis process. Do you think that there's a big difference there? So you look at your policy. A policy from your organization. How does it link to problem solving, and how does it link to policy analysis process? Take your policy from your organization. How does it show problem solving cycle in it? You say it shows problem solving cycle because it has got this, has got identification of a problem, it's got what, it's got what, it's got what, it's got what. And we do that also. Okay, with policy analysis process.
Donald?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Block, can
Yes,
I ask something?
Hmm.
Sometimes when we are alone, after you are out, after you are done, now one has to face these assignments like questions head on alone, and sometimes what is in the student guide is very limiting. Are we allowed to make some research, get more document? Let me say I've got a policy formulation process document. Can I use that to help me?
Yeah, you
and
can
what are
you
the
can use that,
processes?
ma'am.
Oh,
You can
okay.
use that, ma'am, but link it to the ones that we have given you, because a question will say problem solving cycle, the cycle has been given to you. Policy analysis process, you can have another type of policy analysis process. Because remember, we didn't take all the theories or all the models. We just chose. So where we are not strict on compare it to the Monash, for example, or compare it to Doom, you can use yours and say, according to so and so, the policy cycle, process or analysis process is this and this and that, and that compared to what we are doing is good because it helps us with 1, 2, 3. No problem.
Oh, okay. No,
yeah,
thank
we will also look at it and say, yeah, no, it's true. There are many theories of policy analyzing.
No, thank you. That now I'm clarified, because sometimes some of these questions have already given me a gray hair sometimes, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Yeah, you can use yours where it doesn't say which one. That's why I say, based on the policy examples you chose in the previous task, critically assess one value and one aspiration, So you see, it's not strictly on Dune or on deconing or on the problem solving cycle or on, the generic one, or, you see, because here we couldn't put all the theories. Our study guide will be too big. All right. So we allow you, that is deep learning. It's nice because it shows that you also went further in research. We don't have a problem because we'll simply just get our that thing, the agencies that we work with, to get that document. We don't have a problem. EBSCO host will have it, and these other many that we have given to you to use. All right, no problem, man. 12 there, 13, based on the policy examples you chose or you choose in the previous task, critically assess one value and one aspiration that informs the choices of decision makers. Values, guys, what are values? Can you give me an example of a value?
Respect.
Respect. Values are intangible. You can't touch it. Okay, you only see with action. Okay, commitment. Okay, respect, trustworthiness, and all those things. Those are values. Okay, spirituality is a value. It's something that drives you to do something that drives you, your behavior, that drives the way you behave, you react to certain situations. Okay? Something that drives you to the way in which you communicate with other people. You'll see with the humbleness, with the what, that this person is like this. Okay? We attach it to you. Okay? Your values are the way in which you are portrayed in life, in your reaction to certain situations, behavior, communication with other people, relationship that you have, that you show on other people, your teamwork in a group, the way in which you do your work at in your employment, and how you portray yourself, how you wear, the type of clothes you wear, and things like that. We can see whether you are a punk, whether you are what, and we can say this one is trustworthy, this one is truthful, this one is committed to what he's doing, this one is spiritual, it's got spirituality, this one is emotionally intelligent. Okay, those are our values. So actually, what they mean here, sometimes in your section or in your organization, okay, when you come up with certain policies can show us that, hey, these guys, some policy will say, in the morning, everybody must come at this time, and we start with a prayer. You see, you can already see a value there. Okay, in some schools, every morning they start with a prayer. In the afternoon, they go to assembly, there's a prayer, then they go home. You see? So you can see the values there. That school is too religiously inclined. Okay? And even though government says we can't force schools to have prayers and what, because not all learners might be, okay, but some schools enforce that because of what? Of the SGB. Because they say in our community, our children will pray. You can't be against the parents. Okay? It's just in the morning they pray, as long as it does not disturb their curriculum. What do you want to do? Right. And those teachers maybe who don't like it, no problem, they won't be forced to be part of the assembly. Right. So you can just see that the values in that school. Okay. So when they come up with a policy like that, already you can see
Can we ask that
you have
people
to
can't
mute
mute
a lot of
when
people.
we...
Okay.
Okay. Next. Next. Muted. Yeah. Fine. Formative activity. 14. Identify alternative courses of action. 1. Critically assess the actual problem of the policy opposed to the policy, the supposed problem. Okay? Critically assess the actual problem of the policy opposed to the supposed problem. Remember, when you come up with a policy, it's because there's a certain problem that you have identified that need to be resolved. Okay? So what might be the problem of that policy that you come up with? Okay?
Come again.
You might have a problem of a policy not adhering. When you come up with a policy, it is because there are some needs or aspirations or some problems that you have identified. Because remember, we say identify the problem. A problem doesn't mean something negative or whatever. It can be a need. It can be so we say it's a problem. It's something that needs, to be looked into. and come up with laws that will either resolve that or, all right? So we call it a problem. Not that it's a problem where people are killing each other. It might be
No,
a
okay.
need.
Let me pick your brains.
Yeah.
There is this policy, I think in 2000 when Dr. Sifularo was still an MEC in the Northwest, that they decided on giving local villages when they started introducing the concept of CHCs, community health centers.
Yeah.
They discontinued your old clinic system that in a village you will have 4 or 5 of those. And they will build one almost multi-purposed community health center. But they will say for every 6 kilometers, you can't have any other service point, a health service point. It is a policy that is saying, let's bring all the services that are able to, in the main, address major health problems in this area. But let's discontinue on these immediate, those smaller Nyana clinics were no longer 24 hours, they were now 12 hours or 8 hours. They will work from 8:30 to 4. And to a larger extent, the CHC was helpful, but it brought another element of lack to the communities that could just do walk-ins on these close small clinics. It solved the bigger problem to say you don't need to go to the hospital, we can do your problems here, all of them. But it made it a costly, I don't know if I get you, but this question, critically assess actual problem of the policy opposed to the supposed problem. Yo, go busy.
No, secondly, we talked about policies, né? Like, for example, alternative courses of action. Né? If you say we can come with this policy, this one will have challenges. This one, you remember, and we said you choose the one that you think will resolve most of the issues. Okay? So what might be the actual problem of that with that policy? Maybe they should have said with the policy, opposed to the supposed problem. Okay, the supposed problem, remember, was that people did not have, hospitals and what. Okay, so we will take the expertise of the different health professionals, bring them together, have a multi-purpose center where health will be, okay, and you'll have almost everything in there. But now it became a problem when you look at the distance that people had to travel, because in some of the areas there in Northwest, people are from deep down there, and they must travel. And some don't have transport, they don't have money. Some families are child-headed and things like that. How long will it take them to go there when they were able to go to the nearest clinic? And at the clinic, if there was a challenge, they could transport him or her via an ambulance to where the person can get help. Okay? They tried it in Gauteng, if you remember Gauteng. They tried to have everything in one center. Okay? But finally, they have to decentralize again, because decentralization empowers people, create jobs, because you need more people in each center, you need people. All right? But if everyone who's got a challenge with something concerning, what do you call it? Wages, they go to Pretoria. If they've got a problem with what, Pretoria. HR will case on what, Pretoria. No, my leave measures or forms were misplaced, and as a result now is leave without pay. Pretoria. You understand? Those educators, for example, they were complaining that we have to move to there and we can't go during the day because you are asked, who did you leave your children with? It must be the principal who brings your problem here. And then what is the use now? So, and when will we go there? Afternoon, we knock off at 3:30, 4, because sometimes we have extra lessons, or our school knocks off at 2:30, 3 o'clock. Then what time will I, because when I come to your offices at 4 o'clock, you are leaving, and I'm still on my way. You know, it was problematic. But actually the aim was to resolve this thing that other offices are not functional. Hey, what, others are favoring, others are doing what, and what. But once it's centralized, then that directorate can easily see what is happening in there. Remember Gauteng Shared Services, GSS. So that is what Dr. Sifular was trying to do. But now it became a challenge, it became a problem itself, that police, because it was disempowering, and it was also causing more economic burden to the communities. He was only looking at it on the health side without looking at other circumstances, other attached, variables that can lead to that policy not being favored by the communities. Okay? Because if there's a clinic here, and then when they can help you with a headache, splitting headache, why should you take that splitting headache to such a faraway place? Because you don't have money for a doctor who's expensive, right? So a clinic is nearby. Like you remember when Dr. Nkosi Dlamini Zuma became a minister of health that time. She came up with this thing that no, we've got people coming to a central place, and like you had only one Kalafong hospital, you have one Ratong, you have Bara, you have what. People come from very far to come to Bara. Why don't we have Mamelodi Dak? Why don't we have other clinics in Mamelodi? 4 of them. Why don't we have clinics in Attersville? Why don't we have clinics in Soshanguve? And that will alleviate people flocking to Steve Biko. You see, or all the people around all those areas of Makawu and what, all of them flocking to Steve Biko. Those ones, Matiba start what, all those other guys flocking to Temba Hospital instead of having a clinic nearby. That can resolve that small issue. Okay? So you see, that's what we mean here. Okay, that there might be the actual problem within a policy, opposed to what the policy had in mind. Okay, what the objectives of the policy were, what the intentions of the policy was. Only to find that those intentions or that intention is thwarted by the more problems that it creates. That's why we're saying, what are some of the reasons that can lead to policy failure? Okay, it does good somewhere, but it causes harm somewhere. Examine the context of the problem and identify the root cause. Okay, now you are still on that policy. You are still on a policy. Examine the context of the problem. Okay, you can give an example, a policy on this and that. You see, it had problems on this and that, but actually it was meant for this and this and that. Examine the context of the problem. The main problem was that people like you are saying, moving from what and what and what and what and what. And the root causes were this and this and that. Okay? You know the root causes? Those which are underlying. Okay? So what was the root causes of that problem by that police? Okay? If you say the actual problem of the police, what might be the context of the problem? Okay, the problem is that people cannot move what and what and what and what. Okay, some don't have transport, some it happens during the night, and then they have to wait until tomorrow when a person could have been helped at a local clinic. And then the hours are cut. The time people get there, they must sleep to be seen to the following morning. So you'll find a lot of people sleeping on the floor, waiting for the clinic to open tomorrow because they can't go back home and come back again. You understand? Whereas if the clinic was nearby and it was all that multi-purpose, if it was open 24 hours, then people would be helped even during the night. Okay, because of the distance, and some people come from far. They will not necessarily have to sleep on the floor there waiting because they are not yet admitted, so they can't get a bed. And also with understaffing, because you might not have enough nurses for people who will be flocking to that one center. You might not have enough doctors, okay? Or let me just say medical personnel to help or to manage all these guys there. So the context of the problem are those that you were saying there, that people had to move from faraway places to come there, and some did not have transport and what and all those other things. Okay, the root causes, of course, you've got unemployment, you've got people not working, you've got some people being elderly and unable to walk long distances because they don't have transport. But there are a lot of root causes. Okay. Identify, critically analyze as many ways as possible to address the problem. Okay. Now, if you take that one of Dr. Sifularo, you can talk about decentralization. Cancel the policy, come up with a new policy that will look into decentralization of services and resources, and all right, so that people can have treatment nearer to where they live. Okay. But there are many other ways. You can either have transport system that will take people in certain areas around the areas where there are no clinics to bring them to that center. Okay, but the transport will have to be paid for by the government or by the province. You see, or you can have community care system where some nurses will go around in the villages to look at those sick people and bring them medication and things like that. You see, like the way they do it, I think, in Cuba. Home-based care. Anything, guys? I think we did quite a lot today, eh? Hey, guys. We have one.
Too much.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, but it's for a good cause.
Yes.
Yeah, it's for a good cause. There's no gain without pain. Eh? When we were studying all the different degrees that we have accumulated, somewhere children were young, somewhere you couldn't help your wife with some other things. She had to look after children, had to do that, coming back from work because you are busy or you have gone to the library, and after school, straight to UNISA, to get materials and what resources. It was difficult. But when it was her turn, she could also do that and then get her degrees. So you see, it was for a good cause. It was for a good cause. Then you get even higher positions, but also you broaden your scope, of knowledge and work and everything. So it's for a good cause. They say in the evening, what, but joy in the morning, A lady who's about to give birth. That lady, first, when you're expectant, you don't drink alcohol, you don't party enough, you don't, some of the funerals you don't go unless it's strictly family and nearby family, because in our culture they'll tell you can't, when you're expectant, you can't go to certain funerals in the area. And the next moment, even with societies, you start absenting yourself, community meetings somewhere you don't even attend, a lot of things, But for those 9 months. But joy comes when you look at that bouncy little, bundle of joy. You are so happy. You even forget about the whole pain and everything that you went through. Okay? And for you to get that baby, you just have to go via that pain. But people will complain that I don't have a child. The other one will say, yo, why are you talking? You know? But we all want to go there. Our two fella. What about the third one? You know? It's hectic. But it's necessary. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough communities. We'd be having one child in that house, one child, one child, one child. And we wouldn't be having so many houses. The population would be less. Okay. Marge mmereko ba le ngwana. Tshwanetse o thome ka o fereya pele. You don't just cough. You must find the lady first. Talk to the lady. Agree first. Get used to the family. Get used to herself, her behavior. Huh? Trust each other. Huh? Before you marry. Then you have a child. Then you must work. Then you must work hard. You must provide shelter, clothes, what, everything. Eh? It's a lot of work. Ne? It's not easy. Okay, guys. Can we meet tomorrow, guys? Can we meet tomorrow? I'm also tired. Okay, I'll give you time tomorrow to talk about some of these things and answer some of the questions, some of the activities tomorrow.
Thank you very much, brother.
Yeah, if you're slow, on Thursday, I will push and finish. So that Friday we can look at summative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Don't forget your what do you call them? Your notebooks. Notebook. That one. That you are having. Okay. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a beautiful one.
Thanks. Bye.